What up? Sinvec, Kill Combat, Black Tar, welcome. Thank you guys for the contributions. Welcome. Oh, how good are thank you for that. How good are keyboards? Welcome. Oh, almost forgot that, didn't I? All right. Let me know the music and everything sounds fine. Oh, my hair is kind of like all crazy. All right. So, Randy Ocean, welcome. All right. Let me open up my notes and news. Okay. So first off, no packages today. It's a Sunday. Didn't have anything come in, but I should be getting a few packages in tomorrow. Tomorrow might potentially be a big boy stream. We got a big boy stream tomorrow, I think. I'm currently listing it as TBD on my stream schedule channel. But stay tuned for tomorrow. That might be a good one. Exploding Corn, Arigato Roboto, welcome. Wadugaki in the building. Exploding Corn, thanks for the contributions. Okay, yeah, so no packages till tomorrow, hopefully. Okay, for today's stream, we're going to be doing kind of a bunch of photo film scanning. As you guys might remember, it's that like I have a bunch of gaps in like my history of roles here, and I'm trying to get out of this hell where it's like on one end it's a bunch of outside lands like roles, and then on the other end it's a bunch of Coachella roles, and I just kind of want to get out of these festivals. So we're gonna try to power through them today. So we'll kind of see how it goes. Other news. We kind of got something in the works here, but I may be doing some scans for Frank. Frank has asked if he could have me do some scans for him. So we're kind of working on a deal there. We'll see how it goes. It reminds me of there's a chance. I don't know if you guys remember, but someone was trying to reach out to me to mod a compact MX-11800 like 2 months ago, and we were just talking. We were talking, and it never panned out. So we'll see. Frank, much more reliable, much more firm for sure. So hopefully this will turn out to be something we can take a look at that. Okay. Oh, by the way, with Wadugaki in here, one thing to note, we got the Yu Yu Hakusho tee. Not something that they're running currently, but they are currently running a drop that actually ends tonight in just about 2 hours. So I have this Wadugaki command here, exclamation Wadugaki. Also D's now works as well. So check them out. I also put in the website this time. You can check them out, what they've done on Instagram, but also what their current drop is on the Wadugaki.co website store. They got the FLCL, the Fuli Kuli drop right now, and those tees are sick. I gotta tell you guys. Hello, Mr. Hihi Kibi. That took me a second. I was like, I don't know if I'm the right person you're looking for, but I gotcha. Are you a Hakusho fan? Bleach? I am as much of a fan as I can be by not watching any anime at all. I'm one of the biggest anime fans that watches no anime. Just I think that's important to keep in mind. So I don't know every character. I don't know any plot line. All I know is I get these teas, and these teas are great. So go and check them out. I mean, the teas are sick. I need to watch Fuli Kuli. I know it's only like 6 episodes, so I've been meaning to for the last like 22 years. I probably should get on that. So weird. I gotta watch it. I gotta watch it, especially because it's that short. I'll put myself through it. Okay. Other news and notes. Watch by. I kind of remember what this was. I didn't watch it, but I feel like I recall people talking about it 20 years ago when I was a teenager. All right. Agrons, by the way, welcome back. Okay, so maybe more to kind of mention. Oh, here's one. Guys, you guys think I should my friend watched it in dub, and apparently it made more sense dubbed than subbed. I watched it subbed and was left wondering what I just witnessed. I see. Sometimes the dubs work. This is what I heard. I heard that dubs are actually pretty good. But I know that not everyone agrees with that sentiment. Actually, most people seem to not agree with that sentiment. But I've heard arguments for dubs. I have. Okay. So here's a fun note. Guys. Okay. It's really like having a fever dream while rolling hard. I only watch specific anime. Agrons, it sounds like you watch ones where there's a little bit less wardrobe. Less wardrobe and more action. Okay, I'm gonna switch a little bit here. So we're gonna do some photo film stuff first. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna run that until I get tired of scanning film. And then after that, we're gonna do some spring swapping in these. I got these pre-tooled cherry linear gray switches, and those springs are heavy as hell. So I'm going to switch those into something a little bit more reasonable for us. And this will go into what will hopefully be the planned but unannounced build for tomorrow. I don't hate dubs. I like to do other things while I watch shows, so dubs can be really helpful. As long as the voice acting doesn't suck, most of the dub voice acting sucks. Yeah, no, that's the other thing too, is that, like, you know, we talked about this in chat like multiple times, where it's like I don't really watch anime because I get convinced every time that I'm supposed to watch the subs, and I'm just like, fuck, I can't just sit and watch anime. Like, I gotta do other stuff. Can we talk keyboards now? Can we? Oh yeah, okay, so yeah, at the end of the hour, or like the last hour or so, we're just doing some spring swaps. I remember what was it, yesterday? Was it yesterday or the day before? Spring swapping will take us about an hour to an hour and a half, because I'm slow at it. But those switches are otherwise pretty fully tuned. Agaraz, did you have anything that you wanted to bring up? I'm not sure if you had anything, but I did have something. Guys, I have completed a subtitle or a closed captioning review for the PP60 type test. So if you guys want to see the PP60 type test published here tonight, I don't know, I feel like there should be some kind of a challenge. So the thing is, we already have an ongoing community challenge, which is that you know, the artisan box. How about this? Why not a poll? Should I drop the PP60 type test video tonight? Yes, no. All right. Incoming all the no votes. All right, get your votes in. Can we talk? Okay, I never finished the Frog mini build. How was it? Pretty slick. I like it. Yeah, I don't really know how much I can say other than it's nice. For those of you guys who, what the, wow, all of a sudden, as we speak, my keyboard stopped working. There we go. Okay, we're good. For anyone who doesn't know the details, here it is. Frog Mini, we have the laminate plate, the oolong switches with slow fives, and Metropolis Midnight. And if you care to see it, it's a little dark in here because we're about to prep to do some scans. But if you guys want to see this, this is what this looks like. And this is the light box we'll be using for all the film. But here is this. Yeah, it's a nice board. I mean, anything that has spritz low fives at 68 grams is gonna be nice. There's no escaping the niceness of it. Any board will. Yeah, it's great. Sounds good. I don't know what more to say. A nice long pull with the oolongs. Explain Gordon. Thank you for the radio. Yeah, no problem. We we always choose via the last place finisher of marbles, and I gave that suggestion. I like the Gion 21 millimeter 40 gram spring. Oh man, that's a little light. I like that length, but that weight is a little light for me. I gotta try some of those Gion springs though. I gotta try it in. Let's see. Let's take a quick look at some Gion springs. What's the heaviest spring you can tolerate / daily drive? Probably the Prevail 3-stage. Prevail 3-stage 68 grams. Those are kind of like the craziest I'll go, I think. In linears. I'm not sure. I think there's a chance I may have used them in a tactile. I think I've used them in cherry browns. But I don't know if I've used them on heavier or more extreme tactiles. 22? I see. Okay, let's take a look. Switches and springs. Does this work? Yeah. 22. Ooh. Oh, okay, so they have singles and they have 3-stage. Okay, so this is a new 3-stage. Ah, that's cool. They have 67.5. That's like a little tiny bit under 68 that I'm used to. But that might be a good thing, you know? I gotta try these out at some point. Store discount. Wait, they have a... What's the discount? Maybe I should read the Gion Discord more often than I do. Oh, that's cool that I got... Wow, that's a cool looking tray. It looks kind of like a dog bowl or like a dog bed. 68 triple was super stiff in the queens. I mean, I think that's kind of what the Prevail's spec is. I don't know if they 100% feel the same. I've never tried these. I don't have these on hand, but you know. 1 second. Okay. Try the single stage. They're so good. All right, I'll have to do that. It's like I feel like probably should take some time, or like whenever there's gonna be a bigger order, I'll put that all together because I'm sure there's other stuff here from Gion that I'd want. I'm also looking forward to that F260, man. Does anyone know the news about the F260? I know that it's supposed to be coming 2023, right? I feel like that's got to be like soon-ish. Gotta be. I don't know. Let me know. Let me know if you guys know. Okay. What were we talking about? Was there something else I was mentioning? Keys for All carries the Gion in-stock stuff for the most part. Oh, okay. Right on. Klexus, I appreciate that. Klexus, by the way, welcome. Welcome. Sick! Photo films? Photo films? Are we talking about photo film now? Hey yo. Yeah. Okay, so I did talk about this. I think I was talking about it yesterday on stream. So let's talk about my day, my last 24 plus hours. So a few things. One, we talked yesterday a little bit about, wasn't sure if somebody already mentioned that, but just dropped in now. Oh, no. I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Keeps raw. Okay, I'm going to write this down. I feel like sometimes people say and drop in links that seem to be really useful, and then I just forget all about it, but maybe if I write this down, I'll remember. Okay, KFA sells Gion in stock stuff. Okay. Appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, there's the link. Alrighty. Okay. So yesterday we did this frog mini build. Maybe in between us finishing the photo film scanning and then starting on the switch tuning, maybe I'll do a type test for this because we didn't do that yesterday. So we'll consider that too. Let me write that into my notes. Frog mini type test. Okay. One thing I mentioned during stream yesterday was I got all this photo film. As of last night, well, I'm going in kind of a weird order here. I finished shooting this show, and I only did one roll at the show. I had an extra roll from earlier in the week, so I developed those two, and that takes me to 499 rolls of film. 499 total rolls of film that I've shot since about, I want to say, late 2016. So about 6+ years now I've been shooting on photo film. And I've posted a lot to my grid on Instagram over the years, but you know, I've slowed down, especially through the pandemic over the last 3. But you know, I'm shooting at a pretty high pace. And I realize I don't share my photos that frequently. I mean, I share them here on stream, but like, you know, just outwardly. And especially like to the people who are involved, because I love you guys for sure. You know, I appreciate you guys coming in here. But a lot of times the photos, like the people I take photos of, they don't come to my stream. So then they don't really know what I'm shooting, you know? They don't know whatever happens to any of this. So, but I don't know, like Instagram's gotten kind of weird over the years, right? Maybe I should just start doing the scans. Where are we? Okay, let me grab out some of these. All right, let's count out how many of these. Jesus, count out how many of these we have. I think it looks like there's 2 more outside lands ones. So I'm gonna pull these out right here, and then I think there's gonna be way more of those Coachella ones a little bit later. So we're gonna knock those out too. Anyways, Instagram's gotten like kind of weird over the years, right? 500 roll of films. If it's a standard 5-foot-ish roll of 35mm, that's a combined half mile of film. It's pretty crazy, right? I put them all in binders. I sleeve them, cut them up and sleeve them like this right here. Just like that. And then some of them, they're like 24 exposures. Some of them are 36 exposures. And depending on how much, that's a minimum of 12,000 and a maximum of like 18,000 photos I've shot on film. What up? Oh man, I could have crashed today too. Oh, wait, were you here? Like, are you gone again? Yeah, no. So, okay, Klexus, like 24 by 500-ish. That's 12,000. Just got, bro. Okay. All right, well, so yeah, maybe a little bit of the surprise is All Hex. All Hex may be here tomorrow. May or will. All Hex may or will be here tomorrow. Will, there you go. If you allow me, yeah, for sure, guys. So stay tuned for tomorrow. That's part of it. Then there's another part, which is the what we might be working on. We'll see. Just kind of depends. Oh my god, I get to bring non-HH. Oh no. Oh no. Anyways, like I was saying, Instagram's gotten kind of weird. Do people even post photos on their grids anymore? Like actual regular posts? Like I feel like everything is reels. Everything you get fed into you is like videos or reels of some sort. The very top of Instagram when you open it up is stories. So like there's a focus here to like view things that are not image posts. So I could post all of my favorite photos to my grid if I want, but like, you know, I feel like it's not going to have really much reach, much impact, much engagement. So the thing that I was just trying to mention here was, you know, I wanted to start posting some of these photos, even if they're like second tier photos where there's like less pressure to publish something that's good. Just post them to my story instead of my grid. And so I did that today. I don't know if anybody here hasn't seen it, but if anyone's interested, here I am on Instagram. The personal one, the very last one, is just all the you know, all my personal stuff. You go, feel free to look at it, but my story now has like 5 photos I posted last night at 4 a.m. I feel like that's probably a good fun thing to do, is just if I ever can't sleep and I'm just staying up, you know, harming myself, harming my my waking hours by staying up that late. I'll probably just export a few of these like photos and then just start posting them to Instagram. So in this house, bring a battleship, Hyper 7 or bust. Even I'm not that far gone. Yeah, I've been trying to get a slice of that TikTok pie. Consume, consume, consume. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Why not have a separate Insta for film photos? That's what my personal is. My personal almost has nothing but film photos. Like there's some older stuff on there that's not film, but pretty much of the like 550 photos that are on my personal Instagram. My personal Instagram is a film photo Instagram. But like, this is what I'm just saying. Pikachu, by the way, welcome back. And how good are keyboards? Guys, everybody welcome. Is that like, I could post them to my grid, but like, who the fuck cares anymore? It's just like, everything is all just reels. so I'll just post in my stories. And the thing is like, what I'm trying to say about that is that like, one, I know they'll get seen because people see stories. Two is that like, it's completely fine that they're temporary because, you know, I don't have a good like hit rate. I feel like there's a lot of photographers who don't have strong hit rates, but I personally don't have a good hit rate at all. So in that respect, is that like, I don't even have to post good photos. like, so like, it's just like, there's no pressure. People are only going to see it temporarily. But then like, I don't know, I personally feel like from a dopamine, unhealthy social media consumption standpoint, it's probably more satisfying to see that people are actually seeing it versus you'd have no idea if your photo posts are even being seen to begin with, and whether or not they are, there's like such a low like or heart conversion. So I still stick with Instagrids. I freaking hate reels. You know what's cool? You know, I don't know if you guys know this, but maybe I can show this off real quick. Yeah, hopefully not show anything real crazy. Good Lord. Okay. 1 second here. Oh my God. Okay, so I don't know if you guys knew this, but okay, let me wait here. I have to scroll through. Okay, here's a Lakers post, right? I don't know if you guys knew this, but if you actually tap on Instagram on the top left, if you tap on Instagram on the top left, you can actually like filter your feed by like, you know, so like it's like, I know they talked about this, but like I just didn't pay attention to it for a long while that you could actually do this. And then this is actually in chronological order of the people you follow instead of like the bullshit that Instagram just kind of algorithmically recommends to you. I don't know if you knew that. And then like also on top of that, you could also filter by like favorites. If you have like, if you like denote like some accounts as your favorites, you could hit on that too. What the F since when? So this has been here for like 6 months. And like, again, I knew that they talked about it, but I didn't read into it hard enough. And then I only like kind of figured it out like 3 months later. Yeah. But the thing is, it's not by default and you can't set it by default. So like, if you're so used to the bullshit that they already give to you, then it's like, you have to like consciously know and remember to go to the chronological filter, which is this thing called following. So, yeah, pretty cool. Pretty interesting, right? Anyways, because most people don't do that, including myself, because I always forget, like, it just makes the most sense, in my opinion, to, like, you know, just post even sub-tier photos to my story, knowing that people are going to see me on their horizontal but top story feeds. It just makes so much more sense to me. So... I'm one of those nerds that buy photo collage books. If you make one as merch, I'll buy it. No, it's, you know, photo books have been something that I've been wanting to do for like years now, and I just still haven't done it. I'd like a reality here where I actually like put something out by the end of 2023. I'll keep you guys posted, but you know, like there's a lot on my plate, right? I'm trying to get caught up on keyboard stuff. I'm trying to... Zero! Thank you for the tier 1. Thank you for the 8 months of support. I appreciate it. 8 months. That's crazy. Crazy. Snoopy Smells, welcome back. Yeah, we got a lot on our plate, right? I'm trying to catch up on all this keyboard stuff. I'm trying to catch up on doing all these rolls, these scans. And I feel like that's the prerequisite for me, like, starting to work on projects like photo books. How long have I been here? Follow age? I don't have a follow age command. This is a bot I wrote, and I never wrote in a follow age command. So, like, it's not a default bot or anything. So yeah, that's a prerequisite of it. I think for each switch you lube, you need to scan a photo. That is messy. That just feels like a very messy hassle. Okay, anyways. Yeah, photo books. I tell you guys, it's like, it's in my mind. It's in the queue. Just not immediately in the queue. Again, hopefully the reality is I will hope to have one, even if it's something simple, even if it's something closer to a zine, more so than a photo book. I want to be able to, like, have something physical and published by the end of the year, just something. And we'll see how it goes. Right? All right. Anyways, let's get this puppy started. Oh, actually, before we even do this one, I actually do have one more roll to scan that's, like, pre-cut. Like, it's before the cuts. So maybe we'll work on that first. If y'all are cool with it. There are some keyboard photos on it. Just a couple towards the end. Ooh. Okay. For those, let's tilt this over so y'all can see it in case y'all wanna. And gotta get this up, over, down. Cool. Okay, so that's my streaming station. I'm also gonna turn off more lights. Any film or just artists or keyboards? Any film? Heh. Any film? We're gonna be doing plenty of film tonight in terms of these scans. This one here is... This roll will be of mostly Masego. Does anyone here like Masego? Any film or just artists or keyboards? I don't know. It's like, I haven't even really fully gotten to a planning stage because I've just always felt like the prerequisite was, like, just get all of my film that I've ever shot scanned, and then, like, then I'll figure out, like, hey, is there gonna be, like, a theme to this? Is it just gonna be a random collection, or is there gonna be something thematic in terms of shots that I've already put together that can be tied into a theme? Or is it gonna be something where it's like I go out and shoot something that, you know, lends itself to something? I don't know. We'll see. Prerequisite. That's important, right? Okie doke. So, I saw Masego last Tuesday. You guys like Masego? I think Masego is so lit. Bruh. He just dropped an album. It's really good. Really good. Alright, this would be 498. We did 499 earlier, which was the show I shot last night. Oh, that was a whole thing too. That was not really a show that I shot last night. That was more like a club event. Yeah, I have my coverage for it. I don't know that I'm really super particularly proud of it. I don't know that you guys really want to see it. It's just that, like, because it was just, like, so damn dark, and then, like, you know, maybe, like, halfway in, maybe even earlier than halfway in, they just went real crazy with the fog machine. They didn't allow any flash, so it's like, man, you know, that was, dude, like, I don't know how to put this. The camera work that I did between film and digital is, like, not the greatest. I could show you if you guys really want to see it. But it's like, somehow the cameras could see more than I could. I mean, that makes sense, right? I recently got Magnum contact sheets. Highly recommended. Let's take a look at this. Ah. There's a newer edition. It's a paperback. Available for the first time in accessible paperback edition. Okay, let me I'll add this to my cart. I definitely, excuse me, should collect more photo books for sure. Yeah, I can imagine they are highly collectible. It's nice. It's also sometimes just nice seeing like some beat up photo books whenever you go to like used bookstores and stuff like that. I love that. Okay, anyways. Let's get this train rolling. What is this? I don't know what I took this of. Okie doke. Actually, let's do something like that. Oh shit! You know, I didn't see that. By the way, I did see that fucking poll. Hey, you guys are the goats. That poll finished 100%, 8 votes, 100%, no no's. So let's publish that PP60 right now, right this second. And I'm gonna go and update this. Update this command. All right. Yeah. Before we continue, I gotta publish this video. Published. Oh shit! Y'all can hear it. Okay! Exclamation YouTube, guys. Like and comment and subscribe. Turn on your closed captioning for a review. Review is always going to be in the closed captions. Check that out. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you guys for all your support. I thought some of you guys were going to vote no. Anyways, oh, I don't even need this right now. Okay. What is this? What is this? Oh. I was just walking through San Francisco. Okay. All right, let's check these bad boys out here. Masego just dropped a new album. It's a self-titled album. Masego. Yeah, it's cool reading behind the scenes of iconic photos, gives more texture to them. All right. Mostly blur. Like how you're doing during photo scans. I was trying to do that actually. If you, I don't know if people saw it on my Instagram, but you know, I gave these like short, partial sentence blurbs about the 5 photos I posted on my story last night. Okay, mostly blur. I apologize for this. All right, hopefully some of these clear up here. Masego's title track of his self-titled album is Black Anime. All right, let's see. This one doesn't look so terrible, but it does need a re-inversion, which I think we ought to do now instead of later. Let's fucking do it. I don't need this on at the moment. Hey, we're getting a little bit of that burn right there. Alright. No. I feel like this is weird. I'm trying to subtract the density and then it still looks like that. Like, I feel like some of these don't do what you're anticipating them to do. But also, this was Portrait. I hardly use Portrait 800 at concerts anymore because sometimes it's just like things like this. It's like it doesn't do what you really expect it to. So it'd be highlight weighted, basically. Warm? Ah. I don't know. I guess he is kind of pretty highly overexposed in that area. I don't think this is it. I don't think this is the inversion that we're going to want. So I'm not even going to set this as a preset right now. I feel like there's going to be, we're going to have more photos where there's going to be hopefully better opportunities to get what we want to get. So let's carry on. This one may be a little bit more promising. McJizzle, what's going on? McJizzle. All right, this looks a little bit better in terms of, I mean, I'm not saying this is a great picture or anything, but you know, he's covered by this guy's hand. But in terms of what we might be looking for in terms of exposure, maybe a little closer. You know, I really like this. I found out, for anyone who is in San Francisco, if you're ever in San Francisco watching a show at the Warfield, the thing about the Warfield is like you get you know, if you have like floor tickets, like the sort of GA floor, sometimes if you go straight in or if you go in the far end, like through the end, it's hard to get to like the pit, like the floor pit. But I found out there's like this little hack where you have to like kind of maneuver your way leftwards. If you go leftwards, there's a really easy path down to the pit where you land here and you're really close to the left side, but hopefully you can kind of get your way through the show, like through the right, so you can get more centered. But what's funny is that when you're here, you can see this little clock. So you know what time it is. Just wanted to throw that out there. If you guys are ever in San Francisco watching a concert at the Warfield. But McJizzle, welcome. We're doing some the stage clock. Yeah, it's perfect. I'm never concerned about, or I'm never confused about what time it is. I don't even have to pull my phone out of my pocket. Okay. For anyone just tuning in, we're gonna be doing a few rolls of film, and then we're trying to get through this roll and then a few rolls of different festivals we were in. So that way, next time we do some photo film scans, they're no longer festivals. Then after that, we're gonna be doing some keyboard stuff, which should hopefully include at least one type test, and then tuning, or sorry, spring swapping, or at least beginning to spring swap some switches that we're hopefully going to be using in tomorrow's build. So that's the plan for tonight. Again, I like how this exposed, but let's just see if we can come up with a better photo. Oh, I forgot to blow. Damn. That's fine. There's nothing really there. And in terms of the photo, and then there's not that much dust anyways. I always used to sneak glances at people's watches when they had their hands up, but people stopped wearing watches. Oh, dude. That's kind of funny. All right. Some of these shots are troubling, but you know, that's why we bring a whole roll of film, $15 worth of film, to try to get one shot. It's just like we're just trying to get the one shot to put in a portfolio or to put on your Instagram grid, right? Some of these. Ooh, this one's not terrible. I mean, he's blocked by the mic stand, but exposure-wise, not terrible. All right, let's work with this one. Let's see if, cause this is like what, a Superior preset. It's like not even fit for it. Exposure look good. Sometimes like when you try to do these reinversions, Negative Lab Pro gets you something worse. Okay. Let's go with, would we say highlight weighted. They're all pretty close. Yeah, all of this is close, so let's try AVG. Warm? Oh. Oh. Now all I see is people filming on their phones in concerts. Yeah, I'm guilty of it. I don't do it as much as I used to. But for me, it's like I'm always just like, I throw up my, you know, my right hand to shoot a picture, and then it's just back down. And that's what we kind of do at these shows. I think this is probably fine. Okay, let's just, well, let's try soft. I kind of like standard. Rare. All right, so what I'll do here then is I'll save this as a preset. So this, what we call is 498, 35 millimeter, Portra 800, Concert F71, 160, 100. I think that's what we want to call this. Okay, and then user presets, we're gonna go find that right there. Okay, so then now we should be good. Sometimes you see an iPad or a laptop being held up. Okay, I haven't seen that in a long while. I don't think I've seen a laptop. I feel like I've seen an iPad in the distant past, but not at all recently. I see people holding up iPads at like museums more frequently. Oh, he got close there, but not in focus. Oh, look at this. Look at this fantastic shot. Hey, is this something I should post on my story? I feel like at some point I'm gonna run out of photos to post on my story. Like, oh yeah, this is from the Masego concert. School events when iPads starting becoming big, and you see parents holding up big ass iPads to take pics of their kids, brings me back a bit. Pad holes. Is that the name? Waiting for the day someone brings an iMac to Starbucks. Too much tall people's heads here. A little out of focus, unfortunately. Could have been a good one, but I think the plant kind of stole the show for a lot of these when he got that close. You know, my mom is one of those people, God bless her. There's people in my local Discord who say they're intimidated when they see someone rocking a 40 at Starbucks. I'd be intimidated by the person rocking an old school Apple Alps keyboard. Be a little disruptive. And rightfully so. I'd probably eat coffee as someone who brings clickies to a coffee shop. All right, this one feels like there could be something here, but deserves a reinversion. Snoopy smells. Congratulations. Challenging sex is free coffee. Free coffee. I think I'm 40s as in a 40 ounce. I didn't realize you meant keyboard. That took me like 3 to 4 seconds to figure that out. I think I don't go to coffee shops because I definitely do that one day after I finish up a Slick Clicks build. Like I haven't seen crust punks in ages. I don't remember taking this picture. That must have been an accidental shutter click. Yeah, when I heard Chris read it, I was like, oh, I should have said 40%. Oh, that's not bad. Oh, could this one possibly be better? Possibly. Oh, hey, he's holding the saxophone. All right, a whole lot of nothing there. Oh, he took his shirt off. We can bring Chris so he can forget his board again? What? Did I forget my board? When yours, oh yeah, Jesus. Fuck, man. Bro, I've had like no physical activity prior to that point for like a year. Hey, this one's a pretty nice photo. This one's not bad. No physical activity a year, and I'm sprinting. I'm sprinting like what felt like, I don't know, maybe a shade over half a mile. Because I parked in the worst possible spot. Just sweating, dripping. just having just slightly after having met my my hero, Tiny. Who again, you know, it's not that tiny. Tiny is relative. Tiny. That's so sick that Tiny has that username on Twitch. That's really cool. Oh, hey, we got some keyboard photos. I think there's only like 3 left. 3 or 4 left on this roll. That's our Midway. The Midway non-LE. I'm definitely healing that out. How do you remap keys on a Mac? System settings. I think keyboards. Fuck, I gotta look it up. 1 second. Yeah, these are, I'm like getting like, cause I'm tired of like these photos of like, you know, just, it's on a white background. I mean, it looks great, but it's just like all of my boards or like on top of my wood floors. Okay, you go to system settings, you scroll all the way down to keyboard, and then I think you hit this button that says keyboard shortcuts, and then you go down, a new thing pops up, and then you go down to modifier keys. Hope you caught that. Some of these borders are like inconsistent. Look at this. Y'all see that? Yay. This one's all thick, and then this one's all thin. I don't know what that is. I feel like, oops. Let's see if we can make anything out of that. Oh, this is the Duck Viper. Okay, so that's the end of this roll. This uncut roll. All right. Let's do some quick reinversions here on this here thing. How do I remap if I use another keyboard? Oh, so from where you changed the modifiers, there should be a drop down. So when you hit keyboard shortcuts, you go to modifiers. There's a drop down at the top that says select keyboard, and if you plug in like some other keyboard that has like a different, like, I don't know if fingerprint's the right word, you'll have the option to change it. But like what I noticed is that like when I use any H60 or any DZ60, it's like any DZ60 goes with the last one. When keyless is a bitch on Mac. Yeah. Yep. Easy solution, just don't use a Mac. Alright, let me try to paste these among these three. Hey, that is a little brightened up. Oh, this is the LZ CLS SXH. I want to redo this one because I feel like there's a host of accuracy issues on this. See if we can possibly get it right. It's for work, no choice. Not terrible. Not so terrible. Ah, I kind of like that. Think the mid-tone weighted might be the way to... either highlight or mid-tone weighted. Nah. I used Mac since elementary school, back when they had toilet seat laptops. Age reveal. All right, let's try to reapply this on these three. Okay, that seems a little more accurate. That just seems dark. Oh, it ended up quite a bit underexposed there. I feel like there's a way to deal with this. We might need to modify the positive. This has got a whole issue here on the left side. This is kind of a funny one. And it's like not centered. The Contacts T3 has this like macro mode. It's a little funny. A little finicky. It also appears to be the case that I was definitely at an angle, because it kind of gets thin. It goes from thin to wide here. Oops. Oopsies. Carabiner elements for more customization. Carabiner. I used Carabiner before. I forgot what for, actually. First time I ever used Mac Windows Computer, I was like 10th grade and got confused why I couldn't right click. Alright, let's go back real quick. There was at least one of these. I think it was this one was the one I kind of liked the most. This one's nice. I feel like I don't even need to do a reinversion. This is kind of how I might want it to be. He's pretty out of focus though. That's the problem. Is there any here that was captured particularly well? I feel like not really. There wasn't any here that he was like perfectly focused in on. That's the problem with these little autofocus cameras. Like, you just hope for the best if you're shooting blind. I'm not tall enough to just like hold it in the right place, so I just kind of shoot up blind. All right, this one. So you're telling me there's a chance. I feel like there's a chance with this one. Thank you, Raichu. I'm an idiot. I downloaded my PC. Nice. All right, this one is not the worst thing I've ever seen. Like, there's a little bit of clarity on him, but, you know, we got a bunch of other issues. All right. AVG maybe. That's interesting. Cool. If we go cool, he's definitely brightened up. Neutral to cool. All right, so I think the thing we need to do here is figure out how to sort of handle the silhouetting of all these people. Like, I think moving, so it's like, it looks like it's this yellow slider. But now everything looks super blue. Let's go 4x5. We'll make this tall again. All right, but now he just kind of looks tiny here. I think it's like probably as good as it gets. This one's actually not terrible either. The saxophone. We could make this one work. Kind of would have to tilt it like that. Something like that. Well, that's the roll. I don't know. There's no like hot, super hot wins here. Unless we make something out of this. But, you know, I'm kind of thinking I could just do this any other time. I'd rather get the actual scanning process done on all of these other rolls of film. So let's make this kind of hopefully the last one that we'll fiddle around with here. So what do these use these pics for? I don't think I've ever heard a backstory / explanation behind the concert shots. They're all pretty sick regardless. What do I use them for? I mean, that's kind of the problem with shooting in general, is what are you really using them for? I think I've kind of had multiple existential crises about what I'm even shooting for. That's the real truth. I kind of began shooting film around like end of 2016, early 2017. I don't know, just it was a fun thing to do because I was going to a lot of concerts. And I think like initially I was using them to try to build something that would resemble a portfolio, which I did. And now I have like access to shoot what concerts that Golden Voice would allow me to. But I think all like a lot of the very like high profile artists, like the good shows, they'll all go to like photographers who are better than me. Like they dole them out to the good photographers first. So I get all kinds of good access to shows of like smaller artists, but then I also get like paid out to, you know, like kind of part of my compensation is more concert tickets to any Golden Voice show. So like this one, for example, I got in for free because I'm a photographer. I got 2 tickets. I brought a friend. And then I was looking at the prices for these, and these are like, would have been like 300 for a pair of tickets, like resale. So pretty slick. And then like, you know, I go to these good shows. I'm just like, why wouldn't I just do what I used to do? Is just bring a little pocket camera, and then like just take photos. Hopefully some will turn out, you know? Shooting's always fun. It's a passion. Yeah. So, you know, the idea here is that like I have a concert Instagram. So check out if anybody's interested in my Instagram profiles. I got my keyboard one. If you guys haven't seen that, Corner Blockers. I have the concert one, which is cg1.jpg. And I'll post like stuff that I actually do have credentials for, but I also post stuff where I don't. It's just about concerts, you know, more so than anything. I got this personal one, and we were talking about this a little bit earlier for anyone who hadn't heard it, but I'm starting thinking of posting like, they're kind of like outtakes, like B-sides or, you know, second tier photos to my story from now on, just because I got so many photos, right? Like, and this is like, what do you use these pics for? That's the thing. I've never known, because we're on roll 499. This is 498, but we did 499 off stream. And like, that's a minimum of 12,000, but probably closer to 18,000 photos that I've ever shot on photo film. And like, people don't really see them. You guys get to see them because we do them on stream here, but you know, I've already done a bunch. Not everyone's gonna catch this. Might as well just put it up. I've been throwing like starting last night. I was just like, I'll just throw these up on my story. Even if they're not good photos, there's no pressure. It's just people are going to see them, and they're only going to see them temporarily. So that's kind of what we've been thinking here. Anyways, thank you for listening to my TED Talk. Oh, maybe it's that lab glow. Reduce it like that. That's cool, man. I respect that. No, look, I'm just happy to be here. Spoken like a true 16th seed. Anybody following March Madness? Just happy to be here. How is this one? He's pretty out of focus. I say the same shit at the end. This one would have been good, but it's this plant. This plant messed everything up. This one could have been a very good one. All right, whatever. Okay. All right, let's get to these other rolls. Where did I put them? Here they are. So this is, well, maybe we'll go in that reverse order. This one right here is 133. This is Outside Lands Day 1. And then this one, 132, has a partial Outside Lands Day 1. Okay, cool. Cool. Some stage props are too damn weird. It also depends on where you're standing, right? And that's another part of it. Me, I like to get to that pit area. So it's like, you got it, like, again, like I was talking about in the Warfield, San Francisco, you maneuver through the left side, you get to the pit, which is great for the ambiance, but you know, for photos it's a little harder. By the way, you ever saw the video of the group doing a concert and then Jumbotron just fell on the dude? Yes, I have. That was fucking gnarly. And then like they said that like the guy's fine, but like how is that possible? Does anyone have any update about that since then? It seems like impossible for the person to be fine. Oh, crazy. Is there any update to that? All right, this is 133. He was like, hold my TV. I was in the pit at a Sublime concert once. And I can't even try to imagine take pictures from there. Shit was nuts. I've definitely been in like it's hard. It's hard to do in like rock mosh pits. In hip hop like pits, they're not as like brutally violent, but they do get very squishy. So like for me, it's just like it's a struggle where I'm trying to stay balanced. I kind of got a hand up, like trying to shoot from the pit, and we've had some situations like that. You could probably see them see that happen from some of the shows that we've been in. The Young Lean one was kind of like that back in December, and we did that role kind of recently ish. I've done a couple of like rock shows where the pits were pretty wild. They get wild 100%. 100%. I don't go to a super lot of rock concerts, but when I do, they're pretty fun. But they are crazy. All right, who is this? Let's find out. Still not even thinking that Young Lean has a bit of presence now. I remember when he was dropping stuff and it was all kind of a meme. I know, right? But like he's put together some good stuff. Like since what the frick is this? Why is this black and white? What the heck is this? Huh? Wait, why did this... What the shit happened? What? Wait, oh, was I hovered over something? Oh, there it is. That was weird. I think it was like this happens sometimes where you're mousing over one of these presets, these like additive or whatever, and it's just like it kind of fucks everything up. Who is this? Oh shit, this is NERD. I forgot about that. NERD was performing Outside Lands 2018. That was pretty cool. And that was crazy. They gave him a daytime set, and like I don't know, the crowd was like not that lit, but I guess that's kind of how like concerts or like festivals go sometimes. You know, like everyone's kind of, you don't know why they're there, especially on like the non-headliner sets. That was crazy, man. I would have thought NERD would have got one of those nighttime sets. I have to listen to some of his newer stuff because I only ever listen to Hurt with my buddies to giggle and laugh when he's pouring out an Arizona iced tea. You know what song? I liked Hoover. Hoover was a crazy song. Gotta watch Hoover. Hoover had a cool music video too. Hoover. Noted, thanks. Yeah. No, I definitely. I mean, there's a million other great Young Lean songs, but Hoover was always the one like I remember. It's not quite as old, but it's not very new either. Who is this? Oh, that's NERD, and that's just a security guard right there. I was like, who is that guy? This is the problem when you're not that close, is that like when you shoot and you're at a festival like this, right? You try to get a good spot to like see the act. You can see the act great. But then you get a lot of bullshit like these security guards. This is what I posted on last night on my story, is that like I got this great shot of Nox Fortune, but you know, kind of ruined by the presence of a bunch of security guards. And I get it. It's just, get out of the way. I got a photo to take here. Is this still NERD? I cannot tell. Man, what the... I don't know where this framing... Okay, how does this framing work? 1 second. So it'll be like slightly, this number should be slightly over there. Okay. So we just did 5. And it should have maybe more looked like this. I'm gonna redo this. Delete, go back to 5. Okay, 6 should be like around here. All right, not a whole lot going on in this photo. It's hard to even tell who this is of. But fair. Trying to do this without gloves, trying to get no fingerprints on this. It's kind of hard. I gotta get gloves on. What I noticed is that when you wear these like little like fabric gloves, hitting the rocket air blower pump thing is like a little bit more annoying. Like painful is the wrong word, it's more just annoying. So maybe I could just run one glove. Oh, is this the weekend? Did I not shoot anyone between NERD and the weekend? I think this might have been the weekend. That was cool. I think, so, okay, I'm kind of, it's coming back to me now. I remember, okay, so there's an honest truth here. I'm not sure how some people in this chat might feel, but, I remember getting tickets to this Outside Lands, and I remember looking at the billing, and then I remember looking at the schedule, and I really wanted to see Beck, but it turned out Beck was on the same time as the weekend, and I was like, I don't need to see the weekend. The weekend's cool, but like I'd rather see Beck. But what happened was I'd gotten into the stage that NERD was at, and then I think it was like between NERD, if I recall correctly, between NERD and the weekend was Odessa. And I'm just like, fuck, like I got a good spot here for NERD. I really want to see Beck, but like if I have such a good spot for the weekend, I might as well just stay here. So I stayed through Odessa, and it turns out I'm not a big Odessa fan. No disrespect to people who like Odessa. I'm not a big Odessa fan. But and that kind of just made me wonder, like, man, should I really have stayed here? So then the weekend comes on, right? And then I'm like, holy fuck. I didn't realize how much I actually like loved the weekend. Like, and it was not like I didn't learn, like I didn't discover the weekend by any stretch. The weekend was already big, right? By 2018. But it's that like I didn't realize how many like weekend songs I just knew. Like I knew the words to. I'm like, I didn't realize. I was like, holy shit, wait. I forgot that I loved the weekend. I was like, oh, glad I didn't go leave this to see Beck. I ended up seeing Beck at a later date anyways, so it's chill. And it was easier seeing Beck than it was to see like the weekend on a solo tour. All right. Sometimes you just get tired of listening to the weekend over and over. I think that was the thing, is that like maybe it's that I forgot because maybe, you know, maybe I just needed a little break from the weekend. But you know, it was cool. It was real cool. I'm a big EDM head, so while Odessa is my first pick, I would have enjoyed a set from them. Okay, fair. I don't know how to put this other than that, like, I don't hate EDM. I think there's some EDM that I personally like more than others. Yeah. I like, some is difficult. It's such a broad range of music. Yeah. I like, oh, some of these photos are not that good. I like, Zoo. I like Zoo. I think Zoo's really good. I like Alice in Wonderland. Alice in Wonderland's pretty lit. Like, I like that angle of EDM better than others. I used to not fuck with hardstyle whatsoever, and now I do more frequently, but stuff like Nightcore and whatever. Is that what Alice in Wonderland is? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know enough about these subgenres. Well, this one doesn't look like it's terrible, but you know he's not really exposed. I wonder if there's a reinversion there that we could do. Maybe bring him in. Alice in Wonderland has come a long way. She used to just rock trap and has branched out a lot. Yeah. I saw her in November here in San Francisco. That was cool. I feel like one of these is one I've posted on Instagram a long time ago. It might be this one. No, not this is not this one. Never mind. Maybe it's on the next strip. We got one more strip. This is only a 5. Look at this great photo. Great ass producer. I like her. Alright, only 5 strips. So these are supposed to be quick, but you know, I talk a lot and I'm slow as hell. So I appreciate you guys' patience. Was it maybe this one? Or this one? Oh, I think it was this one. This one was the one. I think this was the the one single hit on this roll. Yeah, this was the one. Alright, so we're going to come back to that one. Oh, that's a friend we know. That I know. Oh, this is my old apartment. I think I was trying to burn a roll, or burn this roll, so I just shot whatever. I think I got some clothes there. What is this? Some basketball shorts? I don't know what that is. Okay. Let's take a look here. This is the winner. Reinversion time. Yeah, these aren't doing much. I don't think there's much I can really know what to do. So it might just be a whole lot of nothing. I like this AVG. This one's nice. Alright, and then let's go back. Let's put this on a few. I think the 2 previous ones. Yeah, this one's still the winner. I feel like there's some stuff that this one's not really usable. But some of these darker ones maybe could use some massaging. I want to try this one at the very least, but then otherwise I think we should just move on to another roll. We have one more outside lands 2018 roll, I believe, so. And for that matter, we could just go here into the center. Okay, not terrible. Not great. Not great, but definitely recovered a little bit more. Oh no. Cool. Neutral. I think cool is the way to go. Okay, and then there's a few of these dark ones. Maybe we could apply these. Just try them out. Yeah, whatevs. Big time whatevs. All right. Okay. That's 132. Oh, sorry, 133. Let's get to 132, and then we're gonna look at the Coachella side of stuff after this next one. Just trying to get out of this festival hell, guys. All right. This one has a bunch of friends here. Oh. I'm a little worried. I might do some of this in co-working fashion. Like the first portion of this roll. Just because I don't know if I'm... It's not safe for work. It's just, you know... Permission-wise, I don't know if some of these are kosher. Co-working mode... 1 okay. Co-working mode. Gawk, welcome. Hefty Keeves is going on. Hey, how are we on this artisan box challenge? 60%, guys. 60%, very close. I'm running out of points. Need more lurks. What's the rig you're... Oh, what the... Whoa. Where'd my window go? Okay. What's the rig you're using for the camera? This is a copy stand from Kaiser. I believe it's the RS1. I think that's what it is. Kaiser RS1. Yeah. The price on this went way up. This did not cost me this much 3 years ago. I'm guessing maybe they increased their prices. Demand went up. I don't know. I do not know. So there's that, and then I'm running a D750 on on it. Nikon D750 as a DSLR scanner. All right, we're doing a couple of these scans not on screen right now, just because while they're not unsafe for work, I just you know, permission wise, I want to be sure we're doing the right thing, at least for this role. I'll get the screens back on when we hit outside lands, which should be in just a few frames here. Is that DSLR pretty much permanently affixed to that stand? It is now. It like this used to actually be the camera I used for everything, which included, I used to use it as an overhead, which was really bad for focusing. I used to use this for concerts. And I used to use this for scans. Now it's like pretty much primarily only used for scans, and it does a damn good job of it. I kind of wish that maybe I could get, you know, squeeze out more megapixels, but it's definitely not necessary. I think it would become necessary if I wanted to go big, but it's not a big deal. And it's perfect. It's nice just having it, you know, fixed. Because, like, I don't know. Yeah, it's just nice. And I was like, it's so easy. It's so easy now to just do scans whenever. That's kind of why we transitioned to doing them here on stream. Because it's like, oh, I could just do it with, like, no hassle. I think this was a point where my parents had come to visit in 2018. We were getting Chinese food at the House of Nanking. Damn, I need to steal my girlfriend's DSLR for that. Is she not using it? Yeah, it's a perfect usage. All right, here we are. We're in Outside Lands mode. Guys, this is Billie Eilish. Billie Eilish had a very daytime set. Very daytime set. That was crazy. I think this might have been the only time I've ever seen Billie Eilish. I remember when Billie Eilish was just popping off, she had this show at this very small venue. It was a very, very small venue. And I really wanted to see her, but the thing was those tickets were like a little too expensive for how much I liked her at that time. Must have been back in, so this festival was in 2018, but I think I was trying to see her back in 2017, and for being at such a small venue, I don't know that I was willing to dish out, you know, over $100, where like I didn't know if I liked Billie Eilish like that, but man, I should have. Because now she's doing like arenas, man. That's crazy. Wait, did I go the wrong way? I went the wrong way. I was put on to Billie Eilish by my yoga teacher. 2016. I think I've posted this one before. Can't really see much. You can see that she's there, and you can see a bunch of people. All right, this is also, by the way, I recognize this is not even the right preset. We're on Superior. I mean, I could switch over now. Kind of goofy. I've been doing this. Let's go with 140. Yoga teacher was playing, you know, I had a yoga teacher had a pretty sick yoga playlist. And then she would, like, send out what the playlist was every week. And, first time I heard Billie Eilish, Ocean Eyes. During yoga. I need to get back into yoga. You guys like yoga? Yoga's pretty chill. That is crazy how many 24 exposure rolls I used to use, man. It's wild. I wish I could get into yoga more, but I really can't. I know Yogi the Bear. That fool was flexible. I'd rather just sit and meditate. That's also chill too. I feel like in order for me to get to that point, I need to do the yoga first. It's a weird thing of me, I guess. Oh. Now it's just people. What's the verb form of yoga? I don't have an answer. I think it's doing yoga. That was always my impression. Oh, I almost missed it. We almost skipped a frame. For all the more I trip day-to-day meditation is really not hard. It's pretty trippy to get into a good flow into it. I see. Oh, this was a start of NERD. We're in backwards mode right now. All right, and then this is the end of the roll here. That would be a good one to post on Instagram. That previous one, or number 24. All right, guys, we're finished. Officially finished with Outside Lands 2018. All right, let's move on to Coachella. Coachella 2019. I gotta go get a different binder for this. Also, it's warm in here. I'm gonna open up a window. Oh shit! Was it raining? Or is it currently raining? It's not raining right now. Okie doke. Okay, I gotta tidy up just a little bit here. What the fuck? This is... Bro! Wrong binder. Let's Still wrong binder. Wait, was that the wrong? Yeah, no. Oh, jeez. All right, here we are. Okay, let's see how many rolls this is. Where we are. So we finished off here at 216, so we're gonna go from 217. This is the black pink one. By the way, I want a PC HHKB, but I don't know if I want a Sirius PC or a PH60. I would go with the Sirius because I don't have it, and also because it has coils in it. That's what I would suggest. Also, do you need plates? If you need extra plates, I got plenty. I like break down like my current builds on them and then get you a plate. Especially if you want to use Alps. If you need Alps. Okay, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, 222. Interesting. Okay. So there's kind of a lot of rolls here for Coachella, but it also bleeds into the remainder of what this trip was, you know, being in Southern California. So I don't know that we're going to hit all of these. Technically, it would take us all the way to 223. This is a lot of rolls of film. So let's look at this here. This is 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, and 222. These are... Technically, this covers all of it, yeah. 223 would be optional, but this is a separate... These are not concerts at this point, so I guess it's okay. We can hold that off for another time. All right, how many rolls is this? Damn. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can we handle 6 rolls? How long will this take us? I feel like if we do, I don't think we're finishing spring swapping tonight. And in that case, like, also for that matter, I don't know that we'll even get a type test in. But by the way, guys, new type test was just published today. For anyone who's just tuning in for the first time, I gotta post this up again here. New full brass PP60 type test up. Like, comment, and subscribe. Ooh, Chew left me a comment. We love Chew. All right. Anyways, let's get started. Oh, we're already here. It's already opened up. 0217771. Okay. Ooh, this is a slick. This mix is slick. This was Pro 400H, so I don't know if I have any... Guys, I don't know if you guys know anything about Pro 400H, but it was discontinued, which is very sad. I don't think we have anything here that's set up for this whole thing, but... Pro 400H was awesome. It was one of my favorite films, for sure. I still have a bunch, but I'm like too scared to use it because like it's out of production. It seems like there's still a bunch of extra 120 stock of it though. I find that kind of crazy. Oh. I mean, this wasn't really even a good picture anyways. I'm supposed to have this live thing open. But we'll just call that a wash there, because that was mostly blurry anyways. Oh, you know what I need to do? Shit, I almost forgot. I was supposed to plug the video on Discord too. Let's do that. New video alert. New videos. Okay. You're good there. Aha, this is a fun one. This was the following. I think, oh, okay, I think the previous ones were Childish Gambino. It was just hard to get shots because we were a little far. All right, this is the following day. And that's Andy. Okay. Oh, I think this was my brother's set. My brother had an early Saturday set, which is funny. Early Saturday sets are funny because everyone's hungover and also not there. Whereas I remember my brother once had an early Friday set. That was lit. There was like probably over 2,000 people on an early Friday set, but less than 10 on an early Saturday. Oh, and the winds were crazy. I remember this one. This whole that whole tarp thing lifted up. I think I posted this on on Instagram. Oh shit. Alright, let's see how quickly we can power through all of these 6 rolls. Who is this? Can I recognize who that is? That might have been Murda Beats. I don't know who this person was, though. Legitimately do not know who that is. Does it say here? That might have been another DJ before, like between my brother and Murda Beats. All right, these are One issue here is that these are also actually 7 strip rolls, so these will be a little bit longer. But they do have... It is Coachella, so the artists or the acts that I had seen and we'd taken pictures of, I think, are going to be a little bit more interesting and more fruitful. It's crazy to think about. I remember, so the story here is that all these photos that I'm scanning right now, I've scanned these before on a flatbed. Was this Ty Dolla $ign? Oh, I remember Andy had this funny ass video where he like recorded Ty Dolla $ign losing his hat during the set. And Dixie is welcome. We've done all these scans before on a flatbed scanner, distant past. And they came out all right, but it's like I didn't scan them raw. I didn't scan them quickly because I didn't have this DSLR set up. They still exist, but I'd rather redo them in this way so that I can like make the adjustments better and on the fly. And they're also a lot smaller because they come in like an NEF raw format. Or they could be converted to DNG, whatever. But I remember when I switched over to this DSLR scanning setup, it was like mid 2020 or so, mid to late 2020. I was waiting on the pre-order for negative supply stuff and then the copy stand, getting it all set together. That was 2020. And I just find that so crazy. I find that so crazy because in some ways it feels like 2020 was not that long ago. But that was 3 years ago. Can you guys believe that? Like, I remember thinking in 2020, I specifically didn't work on scanning any of this Coachella stuff because it just happened. It was like less than a year before. And then now I'm looking back at this, it's 2023 now. I'm like, Coachella 2019 was kind of a long time ago. I guess it's like the right time to be scanning all this stuff and like reflecting on it. But it's weird. Like, you know, I feel like your sense of time just kind of gets really distorted where it's like, it kind of feels like Coachella 2019 just happened because it feels like we're still in 2020. But at the same time, it's been that long since 2020. It's weird, right? It's crazy. Sagiri, welcome back. What's going on? By the way, I don't know what you guys think here, but I recognize I've been doing this where I'm staying on the makers and crafting category. You guys think this is like appropriate? I don't know if this is appropriate. I feel like this having a rig like this feels like makers and crafting, but what I'm doing feels like art or just chatting. But I know that we're also going to transition to something that's more makers and crafting when we switch over to keyboard stuff. When we finish these 6 rolls. Feel like you're fine? Okay. Anyway, Sagir, welcome back. How you doing? Hope you're chilling. Yeah, I'm old. It's weird, man. Time is a weird thing, right? Art is still considered makers and crafting, plus you do keyboards? Okay. I know that there's like a whole art category, but this is not really there, you know? You know what I realized? I'm in a Twitch photography Discord. I feel like I should and I think there's like a self-promo channel in there. Maybe I should promo myself. Let's do it, cause I have like 5 more rolls, right? 1 second here. Twitch photography. Okay. Scanning. Okay. I think I posted this in the right channel, I hope. Let's see. I'm also in a Volandis Discord. I don't think they have any self-promo channel stuff there, though. Like, they have places where you could post your actual photos, but I don't think they have, like, a place where you could drop your links and shit. So, whatever. Thanks for asking. Tired is a good way to put it. How are you? I'm good. Real good. I'm doing good. All right. Oh shit, how many fucking... I clicked that like 2 or 3 times. Oops. Let's delete that. Reset this. That was a nice little double tap. Excuse me. Hold up 1 second. Oh, this is cool. It's 23. Well, wait, this is my potential. Okay. Fuck it, let's just do this. I'm a little worried about what's about to happen. Let's find out. Okay. I think I think we're safe. For now. You guys feel free to put together what I was worried about. Usually I have classes right after work, so it takes my whole day. Right back to sleep when I came back home. Make sure like that you got it. I'm trying to remember if this is something that happened. And it might have. I just, in some ways think I'm grateful that the shutter didn't hit for the fact that I am working on scans on a Twitch stream right now. Discord leaks. No clue what you'd be referencing, sir. There's no such thing. No such thing here. Alright. Discord leaks. Alright. I don't know what happened with the exposure on this one. Hopefully this picks back up here. Are these Coachella photos that you went to? Yes. Oh, this is DMX. Hey, RIP DMX. Yeah, DMX came out. You know what was crazy? What was crazy was, if I recall correctly, he was here on Coachella. This was, what day was this? This was day 2 of Coachella. This was Coachella Saturday. And he also showed up on the Kanye Sunday service. So he stuck around, like he stayed the night. Stuck around for Sunday service the following day, day 3. But day 3, he had a show in San Francisco that, you know, I was kind of sad that, like, I'd be missing him in San Francisco. Because I was going to Coachella, not realizing he was going to make this Coachella trip because he was a guest on Murder Beats. He was a guest on Kanye's Sunday service. But apparently he still made his San Francisco show because Sunday service was in the morning. He made that flight out, but apparently he was like super late. So, interesting little tidbit. And I found this out from my barber My barber was trying to see DMX in San Francisco. Went to that, said that like they had to wait a really long time for DMX to come out. So funny. Funny situation. So yeah, also by the way, we got Kanye Sunday service picks coming up here on this stretch. A weird thing to sort of try to be proud of at this juncture, I know. Just want to acknowledge that, but it is part of what we're trying to get finished scanning tonight, so also wanted to mention that too. Time to add NSFW channel on Discord. I definitely... There was a... my brother invited me to a... I guess what's called a mini burn. My brother's a burner. But he invited me to a like a Burning Man decompression festival in Mexico. And I think I might have potentially snapped some content there. Granted, I don't think it's very visible because they'd be at a distance. All right, time to pass out. Thanks for getting on. Thanks for streaming. Hey, thanks for being here. Well, it's a great pleasure to have you here. This is Sheck West. Sheck West, this was interesting. I posted some of this Sheck West coverage here onto my Instagram back in 2019 because he had a really funny set. And that funny set is actually kind of an influence for this stream, actually. Kind of. I mean, the influence for the stream comes from a lot of places. I mean, you know what it is. But I'll show you guys. Check this out. Wadugaki, hey, Shrek West. Andy, I mean, Wadugaki, welcome back. Hey, look at this. He had these tickers. These stupid ass tickers. Sheck West turns out NBA to smoke big gas in Mississippi. Sheck Cool S. Yep. Okay, what do we get here? Welcome to Sheck Westival 2019. So it's the basketball. They're showing basketball news here. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, by the way, it's called Sheck West PN. Oh, is there another one? Oh, it's the same one. Sheck Westival. Is there another? Oh, same one. Sheck West turns out NBA to smoke big gas in Mississippi. I think that might be it. Unless there's one or two more here at the end of this roll. Oh yeah, Sheck Jesus spotted at Coachella smoking big gas. Incredible. Very cool. Very cool. All right, that's the end of 217, guys. Only 5 more. All right. Okay, this is we did some art here. Oh, there's some cool stuff on this one. Oh man, Coachella's fun. Oh, it's upside down. There it is. This is like some of the art fixtures they have at Coachella. 2019 specifically. What the hell? How did that happen? I realize I should probably change. Let's change my stream title so it's more descriptive here. Scanning photo film from Coachella 2019. Ah, yes. Mac DeMarco. Hey, do you guys like Mac DeMarco or do you guys love Mac DeMarco? Let's change the title to Scanning Coachella Girl. Oh my god. There was a point where he had, like, his visuals was just a screen of, like, Earthbound gameplay. And then there was a point where they brought out, like, I don't know, a professional yo-yoer, yo-yoist. So that was super lit. Oh, there it is. Hey, there's the... I think that's Earthbound, right? Y'all just missed it. Let's see if it comes back. Great performer or greatest performer? Alright, also, I recognize... I think we have a preset on right now that's not built for daytime. So, I get it. This can be readjusted, but we can also readjust it anytime. How about I do it between strips here? Okay. Hey, there it is. Yeah, you guys tell me, any of you guys play Earthbound? Is it Earthbound? Mother 3? Whatever. Let's see if I have a good existing one. My guess is probably not. And then, like, by the time we get to some of these later ones, it's going to be nighttime. We got to switch back to this, huh? But fuck it. Let's just build one. Let's build a bear. I feel like this is a good one. Okay, let's save this. Create preset. 0218, 35 millimeter, Pro 400H, daytime. F71, 160, 100. Alrighty. 218, you're my hero. Okay, and then this was frame number 7. Damn, does anyone know of a good Is it, does anyone happen to be in Volandis's Discord? I feel like I've always wanted to promo myself there, but I just I always get like worried. Like people post their photos, not their socials. I don't know, I just feel like some people on Twitch might potentially find some of this content interesting, no? Especially if it's Coachella. No spamming. That was it. Okay. Oh, just dropped my rocket blower thing. Ooh, this was the, I think the guest lounge. Look at all that free water. They just got free water for all the guests to take. It's awesome. Oh, hey, you guys are gonna see me pretty soon. Andy took these photos of skinny me. And I think I was actually wearing a Mac DeMarco t-shirt, if I recall correctly. Which I guess I must have bought, I don't know, prior to the festival? I have no idea. Hey, there I am. Damn, look at me. So skinny, yet I still wore a shirt that was too small. Still oversized. Oversized for the shirt. And I didn't have a man bun or anything. Oh, look at that. One arm. Only one arm done. Hey, and this arm was like, oh, I think that was when that must have been the first, just based off of this, I think this was the first 1 or 2 sessions of removal that I did. So I was already beginning to try to remove it before I had any of it on. Oh, I think we're back at an art installation here. All right, so at this point here, This was taken with an old camera. This is, I mean, depends on how you consider old. I mean, this was a Contax. I think this was still the T3 at this point. I had this T3, that's the black one. So I still use this today. I mean, it's a camera that's discontinued, but I'm still using it. It's a really nice camera for sure. But depends on what your definition of old means. We have a preset on that might invert the colors kind of weird, especially near the sprocket holes. That's like a part of it too. Looks like we went up this. Oh yeah, I had the pink bandanas. Task Force, Lil B. Weezer. You guys like Weezer? Weezer's sick. One of my favorite Weezer songs is like the first Weezer song I ever heard was Hash Pipe. Which I clearly didn't know when I was 10 years old what that really meant. But that song always like stuck with me. And I kind of like how that song wasn't bigger, because that means, you know what that meant for this festival was that like they didn't play it at the end. I didn't have to stay to the end to listen to Hash Pipe. They actually played it pretty early on in their set. So it's like, oh, I got my Hash Pipe fix, the song of course, and then I could just leave. And that's exactly what I did. So me and Eddie, we walked off into, I guess, some other act afterwards. But I think this might still be Weezer. I mean, of course, Weezer has plenty of classics. I'm not discounting that at all. Love Weezer. Seen Weezer a few times now. I think this might have been the second time. Yeah, Weezer's sick. Oh, that's a good one. That one actually turned out. Listen to Weezer a lot in middle school / high school for sure. I like their cover of Africa. I don't know if it's just me, but I feel like that Africa cover kind of went like nuts, you know? I could go faster. I realized I don't know why I'm going so slow. I could go even faster. Who is this? Oh, it's Smino. What's funny is that I just seen Smino like 2 weeks before this. So it's like, I guess I'm seeing Smino again. And Smino's sick. Eddie wanted to see him. And I'm just like, yeah, no, I'm down. Smino's good. Ooh, this is a nice mix here. You ever how Buddy Holly was included on the... Wait, it was? What? Wait. Like, no shit? I mean, I was 5 years old. So, I did not... I was not the one to install Windows 95 on my home personal computer. That was not me. So, no, I don't remember. Does anyone here remember that? HC Toasty, welcome. You remember? Oh, That's fantastic. I remember the Windows 95 and Windows 98 teal. That's my favorite color. Or I guess that's my third favorite color. Right after clear and rainbow. He was? I think the song. Not Buddy Holly the person, but Buddy Holly the song is what I assume Gawk and HC Toasty are referring to. Having clear as a favorite color. Clear is awesome. Unfortunately, there's no Pantone clear, so I couldn't get a clear postcard from Voodoo. Windows XP included David Byrne? Oh, dude, I completely and entirely unaware of any of this. I guess it's because of how infrequently I ever actually run installations of Windows. They'd be like pre-built back in our household. All right, was this still Smino and still a bunch of blur? Is that what we're facing right now? Okay, that's the end of 218. Yeah, it was the music video. Oh, that's cool. I remember, fuck, what was it? When, good God. When Apple included that one song with every, what was it, iPod or iPhone? Scanning good content, use a 35mm mask to avoid flaring from the light pad. Okay, so this light pad is just so that I could like look at stuff, you know, just in advance. Wait, 218, oh. My thing is I would just hope that this light isn't affecting the scans, which are over here behind me. You know, so, like the light pad is in front of me here. This light pad right here is, I think it's like a 95 CRI light. U2, yeah, it was U2. Fuck. Yes. This one right here is a 95 CRI light, so it's pretty accurate. Yeah, this is a film holder. This is a negative supplies thing, which is, you know, kind of the first DSLR scanning setup that I looked at and thought was really nice. Granted, it was super expensive, and I think there is... So I know that there were DSLR scanning setups prior to negative supplies, but I didn't like them. Like, they just didn't seem like they were good. But I think there's one that succeeded negative supply that is likely really good. I haven't tried it, but way cheaper. It's called Veloy. So, yeah. But the thing is that, like, I needed this giant-ass copy stand that had, like, a lot of weight capacity for the camera, because the D750 used to be my only camera. And on top of that, I got the crazy-ass 105mm Nikon macro lens. It's perfect. But, you know, it's a lot of weight to carry, so I had to get this expensive-ass copy stand, which is even more expensive today than it was 3 years ago. You had to get the U2 edition, though. Those were snazzy. Schnazzy. Killer setup. It's nice. I think if I had waited, you know, a couple of years, you know, I could have had like a setup that was a little bit sleeker. I could have had a setup that was cheaper. But I couldn't wait, you know, like it's just, I really wanted to do it, especially, you know, considering where we were, with the pandemic and all. It's like, oh, let's do this. And, I don't regret it. I mean, I regret it in the sense of the cost, but, I don't regret the choice of what I'm doing here. So it's cool. Okay, so this is 219. I gotta set this up here. 219.1. Packing light-ish for a trip recently. I made the executive decision to go with 2X OM1s, one with Provia 100F and one with HP5 at 800. Never shot slides, but the particular occasion calls for it. Right on. Right on. I've done Provia and then cross-processed it. I hardly ever develop my own black and white. I've done it like all of once. And I'm pretty sure all of my shit is expired at this point because it's been like 2 years since I've tried it. I want to do it because I literally have like rolls of black and white film from 2017, 2019 that I haven't developed at this point. I need to do them, but I just remember finding it to be so annoying that finding a a cookie cutter list of instructions on how to do black and white film didn't seem to exist no matter how hard I looked for it maybe about 2 or 3 years ago. Like, you'd always get a bunch of suggestions on, like, here's what you should get, here's what you should do. But why was there no 100% just give me the list of steps? I found that very annoying. So I only did it once just to check to see, like, will this list of instructions work? And it did. And then I never followed up with all the other ones. Anyways, let's get this in. Nice backlog. Yeah, I have about like six rolls to develop for black and white, and I just haven't touched them in years. They're still in the fridge. I don't know if you're supposed to keep exposed but undeveloped film in the fridge, but that's what I've been doing. Meanwhile, the real backlog in my mind is all of these rolls of film that are developed but unscanned or unscanned, unrescanned. What you shooting, by the way, HC Toasty, if you don't mind me asking? Or if it's private, you don't have to share. I don't mean to pry, but, you know, there's a particular occasion that has me interested. Doing anything fun? Mostly family stuff with film. Yeah, not super fun, but important. Important is fun. I hope. Fun is in the eye of the beholder. Oh shit, I think this was Aphex Twin. Yeah, dude, I remember Aphex Twin. It was always my dream to see Aphex Twin, but we were already like on the night of day 2 of Coachella. And being there and watching Aphex Twin was just kind of much. So, like, I loved the idea of it, and I was there, and I think I could stand it for maybe about 20 minutes. Before I was like, okay, like, I love Aphex Twin, but I think we just gotta step away. It's a little crazy, I gotta tell you. I think I've told this story before, but there was actually something really funny that happened during the Aphex Twin set, which was, there was this guy who looked like he was 7 feet tall, kind of on the front left of the stage. So he was like, he was leaning against, he goes like this. He's like leaning against, like, imagine this is like the railing, the barricade between, you know, the crowd, then there's that photo pit, and then there's a stage, right? And so he's 7 feet tall, and he's like trying to lean like this, but obviously he's still really tall, even doing this. So then, like, you know, like those barricades, right? They have little steps that you can like kind of like step on, you know, and then like sometimes people who are not that tall use them to like, you know, look like get a better view, right? So the security guard comes over, and he's looking at this guy and not realizing this guy is 7 feet tall. So, like, you know, he's kind of like this, and the security guard comes over. He's like, hey, you're going to need to get off of the step there. And, like, the guy is, like, a little confused for a second. He's like, what? No, not on the step right now. And then the security guard gets a little confused. And then, like, he like, looks him up and down. He's like, the security guard goes, what the fuck, man? I don't know. Funny little anecdote from that. That's what I remember about Aphex Twin. Other than the head throbbing. All right, I almost skipped this. Skipped frame 6 here, almost. All right. End of that strip. I feel like there's got to be at least a couple of good shots from this Aphex Twin set, because there was some crazy shit on his visuals. I think we might be coming onto it pretty soon. I think we got a frame of nothing. Kind of. Might have been when all the visuals turned off for a split second between tracks. Ah, there we go. I knew I'd have something. Ah, hey, another little something for us here. Oh, that's fantastic. You know, I think we hit this nighttime, and also this is Cinestill, I realize. Let's see, I'm sure we have a Cinestill. Oh, shit. A Cinestill that works for this. Any Cinestill 7.1s? That's a Portra. Do I seriously not have a Cinestill 7.1? Do I need to build it? Might need to. That's crazy. Actually crazy. Alright, maybe not for this though. Alright, that's 13. Maybe for one of these later. Oh, yeah. So we hit Wiz Khalifa, and you know what was funny was I was recalling being so excited to see Wiz Khalifa, because this particular Saturday, Coachella 2019, week 2, Saturday, was on 420. And Wiz Khalifa was performing on 420. So I thought that, like, oh man, this one's gonna be crazy, right? He comes on, and it's like, you know, Wiz Khalifa is so prolific. You know, he's had music that's, you know, he's been an active rapper for what, since like 2008 or so, or even prior, 2007, maybe even prior to that. But like, you know, when he first stepped on, you know, Say Yeah, all that, the that one rave sample. You guys know what I'm talking about. He has a lot of music, and it turns out like he played all of his like the very radio hits. And me and Andy were like kind of disappointed because he has such other good songs, and that's what he went with. Well, that's it. A little disappointing, I gotta say. Give me 1 second here. Whew. Okay, where were we? Oh, there's a giant piece of dust there, but who cares? We're not even going to use this photo. Making wall mount keyboard hangers for 3D printing right now. Let me know if you guys want them. Ooh. I hardly have any wall space. Like, I could probably make it work on this wall behind me. But I also would worry. I like mine on my boxes on a shelf. Held up by... Oh, no, I'm too worried. Too worried. Too worried. Okay. Finish that strip. But yeah, no, if anybody else out there wants them, Pikachu's got you. Alright, how are we on time? It's almost 12:30 right now, and we have 3 more rolls. I guess at the very least, we're going to open up all of those switches. I don't know if we're actually going to do those spring swaps. And I don't know if I'm going to be running doing a type test recording yet. Probably not. That's a cool one. That one's pretty cool. I like that. Could use another inversion and just get those highlights a little bit better, but that's a nice one. Two more strips here. 3 more rolls. Man, that looks like a piece of dust. Alright, maybe it's not. Gotta tell you guys, this little rocket pump blower thing is like so good. I used to think that I was like sufficient, like a data vac will do. A data vac is nice, but then you gotta plug it in. It's super loud, like it's kind of excessive, and then even then, like you kind of just want pumps sometimes. So I think this like works a little bit better, like something more concentrated on little spots that isn't running constantly. So. All right, one last strip on this roll. So one of the downsides to cutting, like cutting these rolls, is that like there's just like this added overhead when you have to switch between strips. But it's just like the easiest way to keep it. Like I've debated whether or not it would make sense to like have the roll intact, and it doesn't. It doesn't make sense to be honest. Oh yeah, this is lit with all the confetti. Alright, weirdly enough, let's see. Is this positioned right? Let's go like that. I just shifted that up a little tiny bit. Alright. That's the end of this roll. On to the next. Gotta get out of Coachella hell. Oh, hey guys. Hey. It's Kanye time. Dear Lord. You guys. My goodness. My goodness gracious. Let's again repeat our disclaimers. There was once upon a time where, you know, this was something I was really proud to be a part of. Things have been, you know, things have become, you know, a little bit regrettable. But, you know, this was a part of the history of this festival. This was a part of the history of my, you know, shooting. And that's just, it's just how it is. This is how the way things went. I hope that we can recognize here for anyone who's watching this stream right now or watching this on the VOD that, you know, there's an appreciation for the photos that I'd shot then, and we can reflect a little bit differently now. Anyways, here are the photos. For those unfamiliar, Kanye was Kanye was invited to Coachella 2019, and he wanted to do a Sunday morning set. Because this was the era where he was doing all these Sunday service events that Kim Kardashian kept putting on to like Instagram and stuff. And so I think he wanted to bring it to the Coachella audience, and you know, he worked with you know, Golden Voice / AEG to like, you know, put this on, which my brother told me. You know, my brother at the time working for Golden Voice was telling me just a bunch of what had happened. He hadn't been necessarily sitting there in those meetings, but he'd kind of heard around. And it was just kind of a crazy big spectacle having basically what they built this thing called the Mountain, which was like a huge, giant plot of grassy land in the middle of the Coachella desert where the festival grounds were, where they had basically like man-made this like giant, crazy hilly area. And so we, you know, my brother working for Golden Voice, and then like he brought myself and Andy on his on the guest list. We went in that morning, and we were trying to see like, hey, can we get a little closer? Like, you know, we're guests, like we have this, should have this type of access. We kept getting kicked around by different security, but we actually finally were able to get in, where like all of the premium access people were, which included like the other guests, but also included like artists, and we're talking big time artists. So we were like technically like in the same area as we saw Childish Gambino, we saw Justin Bieber, we saw the Kardashians, we saw 2 Chainz, we saw Ty Dolla $ign. All these people were there, but they were like a little further out because they wanted to be, you know, with their crews and security and, you know, the other celebs and everything. We were trying to get closer because we wanted to, you know, experience the whole, you know, the Kanye Sunday service experience. So this is what this boiled down to. Let's take a look. I think also this is Pro 400H, but it was very bright. It was very bright and sunny, so we gotta find that. I think we had we had a Pro 400H in here. Oh, 218. Oh, we are on it. 218. Yeah, this is it. So these colors are going to be a little bit weird because everything was so damn overexposed, but you know, it's kind of how it is. All right, second strip. So you had a bunch of people dressed in like the Yeezy Sunday service stuff. Let's see, that's frame 2? All right. Let me also quickly make sure. Okay, we're on 220 library. I haven't already done this, have I? I haven't. So I have this weird 250. I don't know what this is. Oh, Yeeji. I think I just might have started in the middle. I think this was Outside Lens 2019. Okay, yeah. Let's focus. Okay, so we just did frame 3. All right, so this was like that center mountain. I think this was us here. This is that whole like premium access section, which, you know, admittedly there's a lot of people, but there was a lot more people on the other side of the gate. And there was a really cool photo that I think Mike Dean posted, who no longer he jumped off the Kanye bandwagon pretty early in this past you know, several months. But Mike Dean, Sunday service, Kanye, Coachella. I want to show this picture because this picture was pretty nuts. Ah, here it is. Found it. So for anyone interested here, HC Toasty. Oh yeah, this is we got the Frog Mini on here. So this was the general crowd, and I want to venture to say that like me, Andy, and my brother were somewhere around here, somewhere like in this neighborhood, I think. There's a lot more that's not seen. I think there's a lot of people in this area right here, but all the celebrities and stuff were like up here. So pretty cool thing. It's obviously not my shot. I wouldn't be my shot to shoot, but this is what the mountain looked like. So he had, you know, the whole the choir and everything just kind of circled around here, all the instrumentation done right here, and then he was kind of moving around up there. But then he'd also have all these people, like they were walking up and down this area. There were times where Kanye came down to us, and we'll see that shortly. And so yeah, this photo right here was probably just got to be around this portion right here. Some of it not shown on screen. HC Toasty, thanks for that contribution. Can we spot Kanye? I think that's him right there. Kanye from a distance with a 35mm point and shoot camera. Oh, that's a pretty cool photo. And that's what sucks about this is that like I can't it's like it's weird. I can't like in good conscience like really share these photos other than when I go through the process like this. It's just like, do these show up on my Instagram story? Do these show up on Instagram at all? At this juncture, man. This was pretty cool. I think this is the shot. This is the shot here. Yeah. Oh. Crazy. Crazy. And so we move on. Is he in this shot? Oh yeah, he's right there. Being sort of blocked up by security. I remember I was just trying to fire absolutely historic photos. You know what sucks? What really sucks is that like, fuck man. Like I think about how I probably could have gained a lot of clout off of these if I had done this, if I'd done all of this shit sooner. You know? If I'd done all of this shit sooner, I don't know, I probably could have made like waves. I'm trying to share this online. I remember I did have a lot on my I was posting a lot on my Instagram story at that time, and yeah, that this Sunday, you know, April 21 to 2019, I was popping off. Like people were sharing my story to people I didn't know. It was just like it was kind of going around like kind of crazy then. But if I had these photos to share, you know, I feel like, who knows, man. Who knows? That's what I'm telling y'all, man. Look, it feels weird to say this in the context of everything that's kind of happened, but if you want me to be sort of really callous to all of the bullshit, obviously, that has been surrounding Kanye, in a really stupid, selfish way here, it's that, like, you know, it's a lesson. And I said this yesterday, right? But, like, time is precious, man. It really is. Using your time wisely, I feel like can make all the difference, right? Oh, that's Kim. Kim and the little ones. Oh, this was a cool shot. This was a cool ass shot, man. Like, this is from behind, so this would be like trying to take the shot from around this area. Whoops, around this area right here. So it's like you could see the crowd getting covered up by the mountain here. That GA crowd. Damn. Ah, I forgot to blow the dust. Ah, there wasn't that much. There's a little guy right there, but fuck it, who cares? Oh, I think this was... Oh, that was... looks... Based off of this tiny shape right here, that looks like Chance the Rapper's hat. Just my guess. I think later on we'll see DMX in one of these photos too. That's still Chance. Maybe DMX was on that... On this one? No, I think that's still Kanye. Alright, I think this is like a production / artist lot. Where everyone's saying you turn around, so I think it was like if you turned around and looked in this direction over here, like just past here where it would have been, that's where like all those trailers were and stuff. And then I think like over way down in this direction over here, if you just kept going that way, you could see there was like some kind of like giant mansion looking thing, which might have been where Kanye and a lot of these people were staying. It's kind of crazy. So another thing too, just to mention, was like there was a surprise, which was that so this is crazy. It's just talking about Coachella in general. Usually weekend one is the real crazy one. Because that's where all the influencers are, and then as such, it's like because it's the first weekend, that's where all the guests roll in. There's all these guest appearances and stuff like that. But specifically, just in 2019, Kanye only planned Sunday service for the second weekend. So the second weekend, which is historically people who go to Coachella, is just like, okay, this was the one for the real music fans, because there's not all that influencer bullshit. There's not all that like extra celebs who just want to be seen and stuff like that. But more people came to weekend 2 specifically in 2019. And so weekend 2 got like a significant amount of guests who made appearances as well, because they wanted to come see Kanye's whole event. What ended up happening was like people were already in the daytime talking about like, oh shit, Justin Bieber was here. Justin Bieber's here? What? Ariana Grande was headlining the final night, Sunday. And so like it was kind of then people pieced it together. It's like it was a foregone conclusion that Justin Bieber was going to be like this special guest appearance for Ariana Grande's weekend 2 set. So it's kind of how it was. And I just kind of spoiled it, but you know, we're going to see that in a couple of rolls here. Anyways. Alright, before we do that, who is that? I don't know who that is. I think one of them might be Kid Cudi. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know who these are. Sunday service. Chua. Yeah, this is Sunday service, Coachella 2019. What's going on? Welcome back. Yeah, we had guest access to Coachella 2019, so we got in the area with all the celebs and stuff. It's pretty cool. I'm not going to necessarily go back through all of this, but if you want to see all this coverage, if you're just tuning in now, or for anyone here who's just tuning in now, is this right? Yeah. Yeah, is it? Am I crazy? Let's try this out. Yeah, feel free to check out the VOD. I'm talking about all of the craziness that went down. My brother was also talking about this story. I recently recounted this story with Andrew and Andy again, where apparently part of the conversations, and I think I might have told this on stream in a distant past. Part of the conversations to sort of put together Sunday service for Coachella 2019, like Kanye was in these meetings just demanding all this crazy shit, apparently including wild horses. He wanted wild horses. Like he was asking them for horses, and then people were just like, the planners were just like, what's the plan? Like, who's gonna, like, do we need to have like horse tamers? Like how are we gonna keep them fed? How are we gonna keep them good? He's like, I want wild horses. This is like ridiculous. Did I miss? I missed 33. Almost missed it. Almost missed 33 here. Stampede Simulator. I was able to snatch up 2 of the Yeezy scuba boots they gave performers. What? Wait, were you here for 2019 as well? That's crazy. Were you working it? Achua, are you famous? You have a famous person in stream here? In chat, some backdoor stuff. Okay. Alright, I feel like there was this point... Okay, I don't know what I was shooting here. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what this was. Oh, there's another shot of Kanye, and does anyone know who this is? I forgot I had this photo too, but I guess it's kind of weird because, you know, security staff kind of taking up most of this shot. I remember trying to get a picture of a Ty Dolla $ign, and I don't think it actually landed. And I think at this point I got up pretty high on the hill just to, like, you know, get this shot a little bit higher. I wasn't that close, but I was much closer than I was during the set. And I think that might be it. I think this was the last of it. Yep. Alright, and so... I want to guess this is Boy Pablo. Yeah, that was the end of Sunday service. Appreciate you guys listening in on me talking about Sunday service. There's still more to Coachella here, obviously. So stick around. We got 2 more rolls after this one. Spent 3 rolls on this Sunday. What's this? Okay, and then this is just... We're just walking. Views from the big daytime walk here in Coachella. All right, that is the end of roll 220. So we got to do 221 and 222. All right, looks like the start of this will be Playboy Cardi. 221. Playboy Cardi, I think himself is in some crazy hot water right now too. I really liked, depending on where we stand now on Playboy Cardi. I really like or liked him. I think Shudo is one of the most fun songs to like actually hear at a concert. Yachty goated. You like Lil Yachty? I like Lil Yachty. I have a pretty. I've been to a couple of Lil Yachty concerts, but they'd be way before all of this stuff. He did indeed take the walk to Poland. Specifically, this is Playboy Cardi. I like Playboy Cardi. I like Lil Yachty. Oh, we already did this. Okay. I got a roll of Cinestill 50D. It's hard to shoot. It's hard. Because it's such low ISO. I mean, something like being outdoors at Coachella probably would have been beneficial for it, but like I shoot most of my shots in darkness. So challenging for me. So this is Cinestill 800T, and I'm realizing this will span a lot of hours in the day. So when we're gonna have to go, like I have like this is not even an appropriate preset that we're using to preview here, but whenever I would go and do some reinversions, you'd have to do reinversions for the different times of day. Like these daytime ones are not gonna, we're not gonna want them to look like the nighttime ones. So just wanted to point that out. All right, silly thing is that I kind of thought I'd be here an hour ago, but we still have over a roll and a half left. Has me a little bit worried, but you know, we're still gonna try to get some of the switch tuning done after we finish these two rolls. It's just a spring swap, so we're gonna try to at least crack them open. And then maybe get started on a couple of springs. I'll work through it tomorrow. These should definitely deserve some new inversions for sure. But this one's actually kind of crazy, this shot. I got a nice silhouette on him, I think. Ah, that one's okay. BT Dub, for anyone who's interested, exclamation film. I do have a film scanning or a film development and scanning service if you guys are interested. I don't do prints, but I do have that service. Ah, shit, did I forget one? Ah, fuck me. What a fool I was. 12. There we go. I might be doing some scans for Frank pretty soon. I think he's gonna send some rolls over. Apparently he has a bunch of developed but unscanned rolls. He's needing to digitize. Looks like this is Huco. Is anyone here familiar with Huco? Saw Huco. This was interesting because unfortunately I'm on the other side. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. That might not be the 100% safest move, especially with X-rays and everything, and obviously shipping costs. Anyways, Huco here was at Coachella, but this was interesting because this was a rare time we went indoors to see a set. There was, I guess, some kind of big tent that was actually like fully indoors with like a door, you know? Boy, there's some gnarly, I guess those are scratches. Alright, that's the end of this strip. Three more strips on this roll, and then one more roll after. I feel like by the time we're all done with this, I am not going to turn on every single light like I usually do, because we kind of got acclimated to the darkness here. It's kind of nice, right? Hope you guys find it as nice as I do. Was this still Hugo? I guess it was. Oh, is this, oh, no, that was, 070 Shake, I think. Yeah. Cool. Alright. But this right here was Gucci Gang. Not Gucci Mane, but Gucci Gang. It was comprised of Gucci Mane, Lil Pump, and Smoke Perp. Like, it's weird because I think this group only existed so they could put 3 acts into one set at Coachella. It's kind of funny. I don't think they ever really affiliated with each other otherwise. Alright. Just had to hydrate a little because I talk too much, right? I think that's Lil Pump. What were you shooting with? This was a Contax T3. So I still use it to shoot concerts to this day whenever I'm like, I don't have access. It's just a little like I love the Contax T3. Obviously, it's a lot of people kind of speak highly of it, other than the price. I obviously like it's a good camera. Just if you're not looking at the price, it's a good camera. You know, in terms of how it renders and just how it handles what you can control or like on the camera itself, basically like an aperture priority camera, really. The big thing about it for me is how small it is. It's incredibly small. Like you wear tight jeans, you can still fit it in your pocket. It's kind of crazy. The two big problems I have with it. One is, I think as with a lot of older cameras, you might have a lot of fuck-ups in the light metering, which is really, really sucky for, like, these auto cameras. And then the other thing, too, is that, like, the fan blades, or, like, the lens blades that cover up the lens when you turn it off, they're a lot more finicky than the system that was in the Contax T2, which is kind of unfortunate. So it's a little bit fucked up in that way, but sometimes you just hope for the best, I guess. You know. Oh, I forgot to blow air. It's fine. Actually, that was a pretty good shot. Hold on, I'm gonna redo that one because I forgot to blow the air. I didn't expect that to look like that. Perfect. Oh, look at this fantastic frame here. Make sure this positioning is okay. Oh boy, okay. Last frame of this roll, man, there's a whole lot of nothing at this point. I guess the lighting kind of got a little dark by this point. Yeah, whatever. Alright guys, one more roll. One more roll. And we can get to those fabled keyboard chores. This is still Gucci Mane. I think this is largely going to be Gucci Mane and then the Ariana Grande set. This is pretty late on the final night. Wow, shooter. Oh, wow. Oh, I think that was that Wiz? Was that Wiz in the crowd? Ah, here we are. Our good friend Ariana. And we were pretty far back. And everything is red. Ah, fuck me. These are supposed to be in another folder. Ah, shit. Okay. There's gotta be an easy way to move this, though. That's the thing. So this would be 222. Guess we're on 07. Yeah. All right. Let's see. There's gotta be an easy way to do this. 1 second while we try to sort this out. So all these guys. Is there a move function? Do you guys know? I mean, I guess I could like just move these manually. I hate doing this, but it's like show and explore. And then I guess we would take all of these guys and then just put them in 222. Just like that. And then we have to rename all of this. Ugh, so stupid. Ah, shit. 222.001. 222.00, and then I'll do that. 2, 2, oh shit, 2, 3, 3, fuck, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6. Okay, let me make sure these all look right. 2, 2, 2. Okay, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7. Okay, so now what I should be able to do is sync this. That should take us back to where we need to be. What the fuck? What the fuck happened? 221. Synchronize folder. Synchronize. Okay, cool. Then synchronize. All right, and then build all. Okay, cool. I think we're in the clear here. Wow, how many rolls are we in? And it's like this is our 9th roll of the night, and that was the first big blunder I made. All right, a whole lot of nothing on these photos, just, you know, kind of because we're so far and it was so dark. It's the reality of it. That's fine. Look at Ariana Grande. She looks so good. Whole lot of nothing. Oh, wow. That actually might have been not a terrible photo that I might not have ever noticed before. 16. Let's keep that one in mind. That one might be worth something. Also, it might not be. We don't know yet. $16, huh? Interesting. I really, really want to look at 16 because I might not have ever noticed it before as being a potentially usable photo. A lot of dust on this one. Oh, that's Justin Bieber. It's hard to tell. Might be hard to tell, but that is him. Oh, that one. That one I might have posted before. It's blurry and completely out of focus. That was. One of these shots. Oh, there's Ariana as well. Not a terrible one. It's not great. It's not totally 100% terrible. 28, 29. There we go. All right, last strip, last roll. Let's go, baby. Look at this frame. Ah, shit. How many fucking times did I click that? What's wrong with me? Got a little too excited there. Chris, what film camera do you primarily use with your current shoots? Primarily. There's different primaries. That's the thing. So, as with the photos that you've been seeing all day today here, but Punk Shoot, by the way, welcome. the ones that we've been doing here, especially these Coachella rolls that we've been doing for the last couple hours. Whenever I don't have any particular type of access, I'll bring around my my little pocket camera, which is a Contax T3. It's a pretty expensive camera, but for what it, like how it controls and the size that it is, it's literally like the most perfect camera that I could use to bring around to things where I don't have great access. It's pretty like under the radar in terms of just because of its size. So I can kind of take it around most places. So that's what I'll typically do. When it comes to actual shoots that I do have access for, hey, here we're finally out of Coachella. By the way, I'm gonna point this out. When I'm doing actual shoots, my primary camera of choice is a Nikon F6. Hey, it's Skinny Me. Skinny Me wearing glasses. I think I was tired that morning. We made it out to this T-Rex thing in between Coachella and home. So yeah, Nikon F6. Oh, it's another stand-up camera, I gotta say. I really like it. I think it might be one of the best film SLRs out there. Of course, it's not a... it's not subjective, right? Outside of that, a lot of my keyboard shots, if you're ever looking at my keyboard shots, they might be done with the F6 or they might be done with a Contax 645. Another pretty pricey camera, but it's a nice one. I think it's a camera that a lot of, I think, wedding photographers really like, just in how it renders, especially with the glass that pairs with it. Okay, guys, we did it. We got ourselves out of festival hell. You know what that deserves? An air horn. Bro. We did 9 rolls today. It's kind of a lot. So you had 6 of these Coachella ones, 2 outside lands ones, and then 1 roll from last week. So we finally did it, guys. Oh my goodness. 9 rolls. Really digging into that. The backlog here. So we only need what, like 20 more of these streams or something. We only need that many. It's not really that much. Okay. Oh my god. I'm gonna turn one light on. Just one. All right. And I guess we can get this desk pad out of the way. Also, those are the dinosaurs from the Wizard Island. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about this organization you're referring to. You guys ever see that that video of that kid? Like, there's a whole class of like it's a class of like young kids on a field trip going to see a Chicago Sky WNBA basketball game. And then like some lady comes to interview this one kid. He's like, hey, are you excited to see the Chicago Sky play today? They're literally on a field trip to go see this game. And they're wearing like t-shirts. They're all decked out in Chicago Sky gear. This interviewer asks the little kid, you excited to see the Chicago Sky today? And the kid goes like, I don't know who that is. I don't know anything about this organization. He's like a little kid. He's like, do you know who they're playing? I'm like, no, I don't. And it's like, what are you excited for today? He's like, the buffet. The interviewer's asking, like, can you show us your 3-point shot? And he's like, I don't do that. Movie about the kid who excels at video games and ends up going to this big competition from 1989. Used to love that movie when I was younger. Ah. Is it that's not the movie with the power glove, is it? Anyways. Okay. Really quick, I wanted to go back because there were some... Oh, okay, it is. Okay, got it. Yeah, I know the power glove. I know, like, the references, but, like, I don't know anything about this dinosaur. Okay, we were talking about 16 because 16 might potentially be usable. Kind of doesn't really look like it, but I don't think... I think this one went under the radar the last time I possibly scanned this, 4 years ago. Almost 4 years ago is when I last scanned this. Crazy. All right, it doesn't look that good. She's got a lot of motion blur. All the people look good. People are looking good, but she was moving a little too quickly in this darkness, unfortunately. Damn, that's a bummer. Okay, there are a couple more worth looking at. Let's go in this view. It's faster. All right, we got Bieber here, but that's a lot of motion blur, I think. Out of focus Bieber. That's his back turned Bieber. Out of focus Bieber. Here's Ariana Grande. This one actually looks not terrible, but, also not great. I think we can get a better inversion today than maybe we did a little while back, 4 years ago. Okay, not bad. Not bad. Let's go with highlight weighted. Man, this fucking doesn't do shit sometimes. Too damn dark. Excuse me. Warm. AVG. How different is AVG from neutral? I think neutral is better. See, either got to be neutral, or warm. Probably neutral. Okay. Let's try to sync these. See what happens with these. Oh, they end up looking real cold. Oh, look at this. Mostly got someone's phone. That's what's funny is that, we talked about, like, should I go on my personal Instagram and post some of these, like, outtake photos, second tier photos, maybe even first tier photos, I don't know. But, like, this like, would be one of them. Some lady trying to record Ariana Grande and my focus didn't hit. Oh, this is a pretty cool shot too. All right. Sick. And then, damn, look at that. No neck tattoos or anything except for just the one TYBG. I want to do a reinversion on this one. This one seems like it would be an interesting one. Then look at my short hair and my skinny body. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's go with midtone or highlight. I think midtone's good. Shadow, I'm not sure. Shadow actually is pretty good. Let's try warm. It's a little too orange for me. That ain't it. That ain't it. It's neutral. Sync these on these other two pictures. Not bad, but it looks like I was eating something. That's pretty cool though. Okay. I think we're good. Should we get started on the switches? We're supposed to be done by now. But let's get started on these switches. They would be the linear grays. I think that's this. Let's get one more light on. Just one more. All right, guys. Let's loop some switches in what you guys might see as the dark. Also, I think I still have this this moody filter. It could be wrong, but I think it's moody. All right. Let's grab what we need to grab. Oh shit. it's not this even. Well, kind of. It certainly is moody. Yeah, it's a little dark. I think like if I lift off one filter, it won't look as dark. But I'm too lazy, so it's a dark evening here. Just trying to do what we need to do. Am I missing one? Missing one tray? Oh, here. This ain't right. I don't need these small ones. Maybe one. I need that one. Jesus. What I need is the station. How's the overhead look in comparison? Okay, a little bit brighter. Yeah, we have two filters stacked on this one, so I think there's some density added to it. All right, so these are some heavy boys, guys. For those of you unfamiliar, this is Cherry MX Gray, the linear variant, and I think this is like a 100-gram spring or 100-gram bottom out, one of those two. And I remember specifically tuning this, like I wanted to get this in, like put this into a board, and we did. And then I stopped liking using that board. So let's change this into something that's usable. I think that's our goal here tonight. So we're gonna dump out all these heavy ass springs, and these are otherwise already, again, like they're tuned already, so we don't need to do a whole lot to them. Just spring swapping. We are just spring swapping, but also we might only be just opening these up, preparing them for tomorrow. I might do this off stream before we come on in the evening. But we might not do this now just because it's a little late, you know, 1:30. Not trying, we weren't necessarily trying to go so late tonight. But, you know, turns out there was 9 rolls to do, so it's just kind of what happened. Just a little bit late. I mean, we've gone later before, right? But that's only in the context of us, you know, running into some bullshit. The bullshit here was the realization that there were 9 rolls. I thought it was gonna be like 6. But we did it. Oh, this one kind of had a crazy messed up film in here. What the heck? Oh, that's an ugly one. I'm gonna toss this. I think I had an extra spare one sitting around here somewhere. Yeah, hell yeah. I was like, I had this extra spare one sitting around. Just replace it. She's got my Neverest. I could see why you like the S60 more. I don't hate the Neverest. The Neverest is great. I just think I like the S60 more than it. Do you like not like it? Or do you share the same sentiment? Tobre wants it to be a little bit hollow. Yeah, exactly. But again, I want to be clear. I like the Neverest a lot. I do. But the S60 is just such a great board. Neverest sounded dead to me. I think that's a little subjective, because the thing is, like, I kind of know what you're talking about. I kind of do. But I don't dislike it. For that, I don't think it sounds completely dead. I think it might feel or seem dead in comparison to the S60. Don't like the Neverest? Okay. I think maybe another part of it too is just like, I like heavy domes. So, it's like, when I go with heavy domes, it's like, I hear that, I think, this death you're speaking of, Gok, this death is greatly exaggerated. We got the heavy green ones. I think they're like 65-ish, or I don't know, 70 grams. I think the green Deskies domes, and they're not bad. I think I like BKE heavies better, but they're not bad. But I like it. I like the Neverest. Dead compared to Pro 2 for sure. Okay. I think I'll give you that. I will. I'll drink to that, man. All right, let me let's edit my stream title. Spring swapping switches. Cherry linear gray. By the way, guys, for those of you guys who are tuned in right now and haven't seen it already, we did just publish today a brand new type test to the YouTube channel, so feel free, like, comment, subscribe if you guys are interested. PP60 with H1s. Turn on closed captioning if you want a little review of it. You guys might like the ending. The ending's funny. It involves a star wipe. Sinvex's dumbass comment. Oh, that's good. I'm trying to make sure to include a stupid trolley comment on every video. This one was particularly good. I'm a big fan of this one. let's say we go to 2 a.m. on this. So I'm assuming here we'll get all these springs out in less than 20 minutes, and then we'll swap in some spring in here. We'll do a couple until 2, and then I'll find some junk to give away. Was that the PB? Yes, it was. It was. And so we talk about that. You see it at the end. We talk about it in the closed captions. After recording the video, I spent hours trying to re-record a new type test, similar quality, but with Isabel in place to cover the cables. Bro, I was getting so tired that night. I was like, oh man, I'm losing it right now. That was funny. Yeah, I went pretty late. I think I spent like another like 45 minutes after that, just trying to record one single 1-minute type test where not even that I was trying to get a PB, but just like, you know, trying to get one where it wasn't a sloppy mess. So I was just stumbling. These cherry linear grays, they came from my Duck Eagle V1. We desoldered, and then we recently rebuilt that with the 8008 inks. Just because those inks needed a home, and these switches needed to get out of that so I could, you know, make these usable. Oops. Oh. Funny thing I may have just noticed. Muffin Keycaps graciously sent over the KBD fans 5-degree blockers. Eternally grateful for those, because this is especially hard to just find people who have the black ones. But I realize one issue is whenever you buy those blockers, I guess it might have come like this in the case as well, but like when we bought the separate, like the blockers that were separated from the case, you get 4 blockers in total. 2 would be 1U and 2 would be 1.5U, but you would only get 2 screws, like only 1 pair of screws for the 2 pairs of blockers. And so like I would have loved and wanted to use maybe more blockers for more stuff, but I don't have the screws and I don't know what they are. It's probably not hard to figure out what screws they are, but I just I never took the time to figure it out. But I just realized I don't think Muffin included the screws, so I'm like, shit. I need to figure out what screws they use. Linear gray, I thought MX grays were tactile. There are 2 different types of cherry grays. Cherry has made a linear gray and a tactile gray that, like, you know, the linear gray corresponds to that black and red, whereas the tactile gray corresponds to the like the cherry clear. I believe it's the linear where some people refer to it as dark gray, even though the actual literal shade of it is the same gray, but they just call it dark gray, I think. But like for me, I clear it up by just saying it's the linear gray. You know, it just makes more sense to me at least. Thok Thumbs, welcome. Thok Thumbs, we did finish Pretty Hate Machine yesterday. I hope that's okay with you. I didn't see you come on in yesterday, but Thok Thumbs, welcome. Always a great pleasure. That's fantastic. Hope folks liked it, I think. Whew. That's cold. If you don't like Pretty Hate Machine, if you don't like 9 Inch Nails, that's cold, man. Dark grays are mainly used as a spacebar switch on MX blackboards. Yeah, not often you saw a board with complete dark grays. Exactly, yeah. I'm going to be totally honest. I'm not 100% sure where I sourced these. I think someone ran like a, you know, one of those human group buys where it's like there's no vendor. But someone ran, I think, one of those group buys where they just placed an order with Cherry and distributed them. Back on Geek Hack must have been in that 2013, 2014 era. Probably where I got these. And I think for a hot minute I was using these in my KMac LE, the TKL, back when I used TKLs. Did you grab some MX locks though? I did. MX locks are funny because they're interesting, they're rare, but like, I don't know, like I don't care for them. So I ended up buying them for pretty cheap, and then I ended up selling them for cost to somebody at some point. But this was before everyone kind of inflated those MX locks prices. Cherry's bringing them back allegedly. Okay, that's good. I'm glad, cause that's the dumbest bullshit to flip. Like I think that's dumber than people who are flipping like Nixies. To be perfectly honest, it's just a bunch of bullshit. I don't know. It's just like, I think I don't know how to explain this really. Like other than, like, the lock functionality is not even really particularly necessary. It's really just more novel than anything. So it's like that people really, really want it, thus causing people to want to flip them. That kind of ticked me off a little bit. Because it's just like there's like, kind of like no reason. Like, you know? Whereas like when it came down to, you know, like Nixies and like Hyros, it's like at least there's switches that you would use, right? Hey, maybe I'm just maybe I'm the ridiculous one. I don't know. You guys tell me. It's almost 2 a.m. Wait, is it already up? Oh, the cherry linear grays. Got it. Cool. I thought we were referring to the locks. I was like, oh shit, they got the locks already. Linear gaze is still made regularly? Yeah. I misread that comment. That was pretty late. How about this? I'm gonna just do one spring, the spacebar spring, and then we'll walk ourselves into a giveaway. I gotta figure out. Oh, and then we'll also decide what springs in general we gotta use for this. Ball pen springs? Ballpoint pen springs? I'm good. it's like heavier than what these already were. Okay. So those are the cherry linear gray springs. Let's think here. My guess, I kind of want the IROC springs. Jeez. Please, come on. All right, how about this? Let's run a poll. Let's run a poll, and while we're running the poll, I'll look for a giveaway item. All right, get your votes in. The poll is up. Ah, okay, here we go. I found something stupid. Kinetic because 69. All right, got for giveaway. We got this. It looks like a Steel Series mouse pad, and then there also seems to be a little bit of residue here. Trust me, it's nothing bad. I left a sticker on there for a long time. It was like it was a RAM sticker. Like I pulled the sticker off this like my RAM, and then I just left it there for a while. I actually did run this through the wash, and it still didn't get rid of the residue. Suspiciously stained mouse pad. Sticker, all right. So this is Steel Series, right? That's what this is? All right, let's give away this mouse pad. Suspiciously stained. You know what's funny is I was in Yura's stream recently, or Yura goes, I don't like giving away things I've used. And I'm just like, that's all I give away. Like in my head, I'm like, huh, that's an interesting problem to have, because that's all I have. Prevail has 2 votes. Kinetic Labs has 2 votes. Guys, someone want to break this tie? Oh-ho! Prevail 3-stage. Oh-ho! There it is. All right. Sick. Okay, so what that means is we got to use one of those 90-gram Kinetic Labs 2-stage springs for the spacebar. That's why I had to run the poll first, was to figure that out. All right, now to figure out where that is. Is it raining? Holy smokes. It's raining pretty good. Pretty good. You've used them, now they're collector's merch. You actually added value. Okay, here's our 90-gram spring. And what I'm going to do is, we're only going to do that one tonight. And then I will bring this the Prevail springs out so that I don't forget to use them tomorrow. But I'm not going to actually do anything tonight with them. All right, tweezers, brush, what the fuck, lube. 90 grams, good lord. No, the thing is, like, Prevail 68 feels really heavy. Like compared to Kinetic Labs 2-stage 69, it feels really, really heavy. Like I've tried using a 75 2-stage for the spacebar. We just did this with the Cherry Reds in the Falcon, We just tried this, and the 68 3-stage felt heavier than the 75 2-stage. So, yeah, we're going with 90 on these bars. And it's like, it's heavy, but it's not, in my opinion, it's not absurd. But it's like, it's a little heavy, but it's not, that difference is not unreasonable between the Prevail springs and then this, what I use here for the space bar. And I mean, I wish they had more offerings at different spring weights. Like I'd use an 85 or an 80, but like really the only in that range that kind of works is Sprit Slow 2, which is kind of ridiculous. Doesn't even make sense. I guess that's kind of it. All right, so I'm gonna take one. We're gonna click it down. Then I'm gonna mark it up. Funny thing is that this silver Sharpie, I'll put a little silver X on the housing, but I guess I'll put a black dot on the stem too. Perfect. Okie doke. Let's get marbles open. And also I'm gonna cover this up. All right, there's our giveaway. I say it's just a mouse pad, but you guys keep adding like a couple of more descriptors to it. It's just a mouse pad, guys. Alrighty. Let's run it. Let's do this thing we normally do. Typical turbulent thrill. Let's get it. Are you saying it's not suspiciously stained? It's stained. Not suspiciously, I've already told you guys. It's some sticker residue that didn't come out the wash. Sticker bomb with Kawaii Drake. Oh, I'll include a sticker with this. Guys, Marbles Race giveaway for anyone lurking but listening in. Exclamation play to join. You already know the rules. No rerolls. Last place finisher chooses the raid target. Shipping will take forever. Unless you want to pay. Oh shit, All Hex, if you are coming tomorrow, I have to give you the key set. Remind me to give you the key set. I have was it Cherry Blossom that I owe you, I believe? Just remind me. Yeah, Cherry Blossom. Autograph it in black Sharpie. Autograph it for a $20 fee. Okay. Last place finisher has to choose a raid target. You have to. That's like the deal. That's the rules. You can't just say like, I don't know who to pick. Just choose whoever. No. If you join, you got to choose the raid target if you finish in last place. That said, who's on? It looks like Pingu Pings is on. I haven't seen Pingu Pings in a while. I don't know if there's anyone else in Makers and Crafting, but that would be a good hint if you wanted to stay in the hobby. Or in the category. I know we mostly did we mostly did scans tonight. I did like all of 30 minutes of keyboard work. Oh, the giveaway here, Zero, is this what people are deeming here suspiciously stained mouse pad. But at 50 subs, we're about 26 subs away from this. We're gonna be giving away those thermal sequence 2 wave ramas. One in escape and one in function row. Just about 30 seconds left to join. Exclamation play. Stain. It's sticker residue. That just didn't seem to come off even after I threw it in the wash. That's it. That's all it is. I swear. Look, if it was anything different, I would not be giving this away. This would not have even been a topic. This would have never come up. All right. Good luck, everybody. Light it on fire, then give it away. Sticker, sticky, tomato, tomato. Oh, this is like a good view. Oh, I'm tired. Lakers won today. Broke a 2-game skid with a horrible win. They did not play very well. At least they won. I also got a couple slices of pizza. Dude, I don't know. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I feel like I haven't been eating as much. I haven't been eating as much. I bought 2 slices from one of my favorite slice joints, and like I felt like I had to tap out after one, otherwise I'd feel like shit during stream. Like I knew I could already sense it. I always get bored when watching sports. From time to time it can be fun. No, I understand. Sports not for everybody, especially considering, hey, we're all nerds on Twitch. You can't expect all of us to like sports. I know. Cold pizza is a wonderful thing. Yeah, for sure. Oh, it's looking real good for Arigato Roboto. Ho ho. Ho ho ho. Any more obstacles? Any more brain busters? Esports is different. Maybe I'm wired weird. Esports is fun too. Oh, Fush? Arigato Roboto? Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Ho 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 oh oh! Arigato Roboto with the win. Arigato Roboto, do you claim? Also, where's Allhex? Allhex pretty distant, far behind in this race. He often wins. I was thinking I was watching the World Cup. I claim everything but the mouse pad. What does that mean? What does that mean, though? I don't understand what that means. Sticker? You want just the sticker? It comes with a mouse pad. You just want the stain. Means he claims, all right, mouse pad on the way. That's the deal. That's the deal. You can't get the sticker without getting the mouse pad. All right, all hex. Looks like all hex has finished. All hex, you gotta choose the raid target. It's the rule. It's the rule. No, you could choose whoever. I don't know who to choose. You can't do that. You gotta choose. All right, Arigato Roboto. I'm gonna list you here as the winner. Oh shucks. Okay, 1 second. All right. All right. This was the stream of the 19th. We got the mouse pad plus 1 stream sticker. Goes to our good friend Arigato Roboto. Pingu pings. All right, here we go. All right, you already know the drill. We're gonna punch in 5 commands here. There's the YouTube. Guys, like, comment, and subscribe. You already know. Watergaki. I guess the drop ended. The drop ended. I forgot to mention that to you guys, but it ended about like 2 hours ago. Discord, if you haven't already joined it. Here's the raid message if you're subbed, and the raid message if you're not subbed. We'll be here. We'll be back here tomorrow. All Hex is gonna be here, guys. Alrighty. Appreciate it again. Thanks everybody for being here. And I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, everybody.